not start over. All right, so for the no reasoning on salon management is that salon management doesn't have anything to do with health and safety, that salon training covers business topics and not really health and safety topics. So as far as
sorry, Steve, to interject, but you require a license to operate a salon, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It does. So there's a salon license here in Virginia, which is different from the cosmetology license.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there is a health and safety, there is a health and safety factor to operating a salon. So I don't agree with that point.
Yeah. So let me ask the panel broadly, just maybe either show of hands or quick responses. Would it be more appropriate that salon management training be tied to the salon license rather than the cosmetology license?
I think it should be both.
Yeah. I don't think it should be in both places. I think it's kind of double dipping. I mean, if somebody wants to be a manager, they should know that. And I also think that when you train it at this level, it's putting the cart before the horse. Some people may be managers, but the vast majority of them likely will not. And so when somebody has that interest to get that salon management license that you guys have, that's when the training should occur. They may not really be ready for it here.
I think most of the students, if you will, would disagree, because so many of them, there's huge numbers that are coming out and going into salon suites. So I may not be managing other people, but I still have to understand management because I have to manage myself in my own career.
100%.
But you can't make a case for managing being health and public safety. I'm saying I totally agree that they need to know that if that's what they're going to do, but the responsibility of the state is only to make sure that they're safe. The state doesn't really care whether they're good at their job. They should, be good at their jobs, but the state's responsibility is to ensure that they're safe. So being able to manage themselves is not a safety issue in that tight scope that we're talking about right now. It's just not. It might be part of that salon license, but it's not in the tight scope of what a cosmetology student would learn.
Well, a cosmetologist needs to understand how to manage themselves. I disagree with that. I think you need to manage yourself with sanitation and with time management. And, if they're not managing their time properly, then they could be letting a client over process with bleach on their hair. Or if they're not managing their own workspace properly, then they're not, properly disinfecting for the next client. And I agree that
isn't that what we're learning throughout? When you talk about color processing in the hair portion, you're teaching them that time management around that color processing. You have other areas where you're teaching them infection control. And so it feels like a little bit of double dipping in the hours of putting them in two places when maybe they more appropriately belong in one place.
Or I'm listening to both sides, and I'm wondering, are we getting two different views of salon management? Because we think of salon management from students, how they manage themselves, how they carry themselves, and then you look at salon management being a manager of a salon over people. So we're looking at it, two different ways, I think.
So just to help me get a better picture of where the panel is at, for those that would say, yes, salon management should be part of the cosmetology training. Mr. Malou, I've got you as a yes on that one. Who else would say, yes, this should be part of the cosmetology training? Okay. And for those that would say, this is more appropriate for the cosmetology salon license. Can I see the hands on that? Okay, so we've got...
If it's even appropriate there.
Okay. So three, possibly three, but maybe not even then. All right, so we've got 4 that would say both and 3 that would say just the salon, but not in the cosmetology. Certainly not in the cosmetology. Okay, thank you. It's good discussion. The next item, sales, inventory, and retailing. So this was a 50-50 split on the yes and no. And the yes reasoning, one of the yeses was only to ensure that licensees understand the basic inventory management that basic inventory management is necessary to ensure proper supplies are necessary to perform services without risky product substitutions. Another one said diverse clients require different supplies. Most cosmetologists enter into business as self-employed. They need to know about sales, inventory, retailing to run a sustainable business for the welfare of themselves, their families, guests, etc. Many services require follow-up to build and maintain the health for scalp and hair. Without the appropriate follow-up care, harmful scalp conditions can occur. Hair grows when the scalp follicle are alive and healthy. Severe damage to the scalp can destroy the follicle, causing balding, scarring, etc. And lastly, the harm would be students not having product knowledge to prevent negative reactions to products. So those are kind of the gist of the yes responses. The no's were all kind of on the same page. This has nothing to do with health and safety, does not belong in the curriculum. So I want to go back to this yes reasoning. And when we're talking about making sure you have inventory to ensure that you can use the appropriate products as necessary, how much of that requires its own module to do that versus how much would just be part of what you talk about through the rest of the program as you're doing those services? If the yes folks could explain, is this really its own module, or is this something that can get tacked in?
In my opinion, I mean, this could have a piece by itself, but this is more effective when it is tacked in. If I talk about the products that I'm using in the portion of perming, what is the post product, or the relaxer class, what is the pre and post recommendations, I feel like it's more effective because it's more tactile, it's more hands-on. As far as how much, the inventory, a lot of that's going to depend on your space, what you have available, but you still want to be able to have a sufficient amount of diversity in your product that you can serve all clients.
Okay.
And I would tack on to hers is that when you look at the other curriculum pieces, math, chemical hair removal, all of these things, my assumption is you don't just stand up and start talking about how to do it. You spend time talking about the product right in that moment of what is the appropriate. So again, if it's in these pieces, does it need to be in this piece as something separate? I mean, you said it yourself, you're talking about it, right? And I think that is the right place for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would,
go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree. I think stitching it in throughout is a little bit more effective for the learner, just because they can actually understand it as appropriate to that service or to that topic they're learning. And I think the pre-care and the aftercare is very important. Again, these are licensed professionals. People seek these licensed professionals for that level of knowledge and guidance. And so I think it's important to understand that, what cosmetologists do isn't just what's right in front of them, right? It's not just the client that's right in front of them right then. It's what that client does 4 weeks in between their visits, 6 weeks in between their visits, and the health of their hair afterwards as well, especially when you're doing chemical treatment. So I agree. I think stitching it in throughout the curriculum is probably more effective for the learner, and which obviously will benefit the public for the health and safety. And then the last piece I just want to also piggyback on was the welfare piece. It's going to be a theme for me, is this welfare piece, because there is that is something that's very important, especially in today, is the equity, inclusion, and diversity, and making sure that these cosmetologists can serve the entire all people, all demographics in the Commonwealth, and that's something that I think can't be understated enough. So I think understanding the different inventory retail products that can be applied to different demographics is something that will protect the welfare, because I could foresee that being an issue.
Well, I agree with Audra and Leslie. It should be incorporated in the procedures themselves. And sales and retailing have nothing to do with health and safety. That's purely a business deal.
Well, I think if you recommend the wrong product to a client, you could potentially damage their hair. So I don't know if that's true.
If they buy the wrong product at the drugstore, it's on to there too. But that, in my experience in 43 years, that's not a big issue.
So one thing that I may do here is kind of get ahead of myself. One of the responses in the next or two slides recommends combining a group of these topics together. And if you look at the survey results, which lists all the curriculum item, and for those that are participating at home, I'm sorry I don't have this right in front of you to show you, but there's basically 4 or 5 topics that are all similarly related to salon management. So we've got salon management, sales, inventory, and retailing, taxes and payroll, insurance. So all of those are items that are really related to managing the salon for the most part. And we have some recommendations to combine all of those into just one course. What do you all think of that recommendation? Is that an appropriate thing to do rather than have specific modules on each of these, just say management, salon management includes these topic areas? So again, the topic areas would be sales, inventory, retailing, taxes, payroll, insurance. I know some of you said you don't need to cover any of that at all. But for let's say for those that would say, yes, they should stay in the curriculum, would it be more appropriate to combine those into one course?
Attention, please.
Mr. Malul, you cut out. I'm not sure if you're trying to talk to us.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Steve, it's hard for, if he's still speaking.
Go ahead, Kim.
I don't want to, it's hard. It's just hard for me to comment because we were charged at the beginning of this with really critically thinking about if it impacts the health and safety of the customer. And if that's truly what we're looking at, I struggle with trying to figure out, would it be nice for people to come out and know these types of skills in a salon setting? It'd be great, but truly does it impact the safety of the customer? And I don't see how some of these items do. So that's my stance on it. I'm okay with them being combined. I think that we forget that we talk about health and safety and welfare of the public also includes the stylist. And we are part of the public as a stylist. And so, you know, for them to know some of these basics that keep them in business, that is their financial health. That makes sense. But, I mean, I'm okay with them being combined. That makes sense, too.
I think that's a really great point there, you know, and it's a very, very good point. Steve, it's tough to say whether they're combined into one course or not, because right now the way that the state has it set up is that, you know, these things can be taught throughout, you know, throughout the curriculum, and it doesn't necessarily have to be taught in one area, because, you know, I'm a firm believer in reinforcing education and, you know, being able to apply it. So, you know, if you want to lump it all under one topic, I don't personally I think that would make sense. You know, as far as how the schools choose to deliver it is, I think, separate than, you know, whether this is lumped into kind of one course or not. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. It seems to me like, as far as the state's concerned, taxes, insurance, and these things have no relevance to health and safety. If the schools want to add on a 1 week or 2 week course on the back end after their license to teach them how to do these things, seems to me like that ought to be an add-on from the schools and not related to licensure.
Also, there is a way to look at this to say a school can teach, and in every state, 150% of the required curriculum, right? So if you go up to 1,000 hours, let's say, a school can still teach 1,500 hours. Nothing stops them from doing that. And arguably, the better schools will continue to do that, right? They'll continue to get students and continue to do that. You're teaching it in far fewer hours in the high school program, and you're turning out no less safe. You know, they're not harming consumers at any higher rate than someone who's getting a 1,500-hour curriculum. So to sort of tag on to what Gordon's saying is that the state might be done with them at 894 or 1,000. You can continue in those other school programs to teach these other things. What we were tasked to do was determine what is the bare minimum they need to be safe to the consumer, because that is the reason you have a license in America. Occupational licensing is to protect the consumer. I get you want to protect your students, but that is not the role of occupational licensing. It is to protect a consumer from harm. And so if that's what we're doing, these things may not fit. You know, and arguably you're getting them in 894 hours or whatever that hour number is. You're still figuring out how to get them in that number of hours. So it kind of seems like we're making an argument on both sides that we should have, you know, higher hours than she has, but she's getting it in.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that the high schools don't actually, you know, they produce cosmetologists who don't actually go take the licensing exam and work in the field. And I think that is a misrepresentation of, again, going back to the welfare, you know, piece and protecting the cosmetologists as well, and protecting them from lawsuits and protecting them from, you know, all of these potential downfalls of being improperly trained. So, you know, I think there's 2 sides to it. I think, you know, that's what I believe.
Yeah. So one thing, and I'll probably move us on off this topic in just a second, but one thing I do want to clarify about the high school programs is actually a graduation requirement of the program is that you take the state licensing exam.
Yep.
So all of our high school students take the exam, and their pass rate on the exam is the same, actually, so slightly higher than the private license schools.
And salons do hire them out of that program.
Yeah.
And the salon.
We haven't heard that those graduates have a difficult time getting hired. Now, when the program hours were at 560, we got complaints that their skill levels weren't enough to keep them employed. But since they moved up to 840 about 5 years ago, we have not been hearing that kind of complaint.
No.
So
what's the placement rate on that, Steve?
I don't have placement rates data available right now. The public high schools may have that information.
Oh, there's many factors that go into that, whether it be public or private.
Yeah. So we'll keep going. So we're going to have similar issues with the next couple, obviously. Similar disagreements. So when we talk about taxes and payroll, there was the focus here was on the welfare component of the health, safety, and welfare, which is ensuring practitioners will understand tax requirements, avoid criminal or civil liability, protects the state against tax fraud. And for the no's, which again, it was about a 5-to-3 ratio in support of keeping this item. They said this is not a health safety item. And it sounds like the yeses would not say it's a health safety item, it's a welfare item. And for whether this is a least restrictive means, teaching it, again, that was a 5-to-3. Some of the yeses said this is an optional course. And again, the no's, this is not health safety related. The average and median were right around 2.5 hours for this one. Insurance, similar breakdown, 5-to-3. The reasoning was cosmetologists need to know that they should carry malpractice insurance. It protects against lawsuits and financial ruin. The no's were this is not a health safety item. So this is where we had the comment, all these items should just be combined into one topic and taught together. So for those that are currently teaching, for the insurance aspect, we've got a recommendation for 1.5 hours to 2 hours on insurance. Are you teaching an hour and a half or 2 hours on insurance? Because I wouldn't know. I don't know. I haven't taken the course. But I mean, are you really spending 2 hours teaching people how to, and that they ought to maintain insurance? What's the real, actual in the classroom hours instruction on this topic?
Well, for us, when we get into that, that's a part of our salon business unit. And we probably spend 45 minutes tops. I mean, we don't really get into that because the kids can't comprehend that they're not working in a salon. There's no health and safety issue with that. So we make them aware of the different types of insurances that are out there, what they need to have, and then we keep it moving, honestly.
Yeah. All right. Client records and confidentiality. This was a 3-to-1 yes. And the reasoning was contraindications and allergy information is critical for client safety, and this avoids liability issues. The no's, again, said this has nothing to do with health and safety.
Just real quick, Steve, personally identifiable information is a record of, you know, and that there's a huge safety concern there, cybersecurity concerns, and fraud concerns and identity theft concerns. So I'd say there's a huge safety concern.
So yeah, so we've got the reference to the PII, personally identifiable information. So that's Social Security numbers, dates of birth. The other thing that I was curious about, so in Virginia, and this is probably the case in other states, is we have in our laws and regulations some specific information about record keeping. With the record keeping that's really needed to record contraindications or allergy information, how much of that is already required in the rules and regulations, and how much of that is more of industry best practices or safety standards? And I don't know if some of our salon representatives can weigh in. What type of record keeping do you do for your clients, if you can share that publicly?
Well, client confidentiality is a legal issue, and it varies by state. Some states have very, very strict privacy rules, and others don't. When you start getting into medical issues, that's a whole different game. That gets into HIPAA. You have to be super duper careful about that. So it's a very complex subject. I don't think you can adequately cover it in a cosmetology course.
Except that I'd hate to throw this out there. HIPAA does not apply when you are not in a healthcare setting. It applies to healthcare providers and healthcare insurance companies. It does not apply to everyday individuals. If I'm your stylist and I ask you, you know, do you use drugs on the weekend? Do you have sex with, 18 different people on the weekend? And you answer me, right on. But it is not a matter of HIPAA privacy. That Portability Act only applies to healthcare providers, not to this industry. So bringing that into this area, what you have rules in Virginia, but HIPAA would not apply in the cosmetology industry.
All right, thank you. We'll move on. So the next one is
real quick, Steve. Sorry, I want to interject real quick. Not only the PII information, which does apply to everyone. I know that the D4 requires the schools to have pretty intensive record keeping for the students. I believe that also includes chemical history and any prior adverse actions. And so if the client comes in and they have an adverse action to a certain chemical, that's going to be in their historical notes, and that's going to be important for the next stylist or that stylist to review before they service that client again. So I think that is real for that piece of it as well.
Yeah, okay, so it sounded like Mr. Malula was making a point that when you have the detailed record keeping, so the client comes in the next time, they might be with a different stylist, and that stylist can then see, all right, they have used these products, you can't use these other products, and that does provide a layer of safety by having those records for the individual client.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so for the next item, professional ethics, I may have some follow-up questions on this one as well. It's a 5-3 split in favor of yes, including it. And so here's the yes reasoning. One of them starts out, although I do not believe that ethics can be taught, safe practices can be taught. And the next couple comments kind of hone in on that aspect of ethical behavior means applying the safety rules in every instance, as opposed to just when you want to. If I can sum up some of the responses there. And then this last one was, ethics and practices can relate to a lack of respect for diversity, poor organizational and life management skills. The no's, again, fall out on this is not a health safety issue. And I'm sorry, one of the examples, somebody gave an example on how ethics plays into the practice. A cosmetologist using more chemicals on a client than is allowable, either based on prior treatments or unrealistic outcome, just to make money while disregarding the client's health and safety. So one of the questions that I had is, for those that are teaching this, how much time are you spending on just ethics? So not the day-to-day instruction, and it's kind of that comment of, well, be sure to be honest about this, be sure to, use integrity, but rather like you're sitting in a class and I'm teaching you about ethics. How much time is really happening for ethics instruction like that?
I think it's minimal. I mean, this is a conversation again that being in those services is so important, because if we're even doing a mock consultation and we're talking through, okay, here's this situation, what would I do, what should I do, that's talking through, here's what's right for the guest. So I mean, it's getting those situational aspects to happen more that puts that into play.
So let me ask another question then. For those that, again, maybe either have worked or do work in a school environment, if this was not a curriculum item, would your school not stop teaching ethics? Or is this something that is going to occur in the school, regardless of whether or not there's a specific topic that says professional ethics?
Well, see, if it was taken out, I think we would continue to teach it. I find ethics is huge, and in a classroom setting, we might spend, again, we have our kids for 4 hours, so we might spend 2 theory hours on that, do some role playing, but it's continual throughout our entire program. Everything that we do, we go back to ethics. When you're dealing with clients, we refer back to ethics, so it's ongoing. So we would definitely continue to teach that, keep it.
And I agree with that. I think it's strong throughout the entire program. There's an ethical piece that's taught, I think, at every component of the curriculum and what's being taught. And then, but my concern, Steve, is yes, we would continue to teach it, but if it's not in the regulations being required to be taught, there's no guarantee that it's going to be taught. And so, I think that it's important that it be part of the regulation and part of the training requirement, because we want to make sure, we want to ensure that this ethical piece is being taught. We don't want to assume, and that's the difference.
I think it should be specifically identified as professional ethics and practices.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. So you can see the range of hours. I'm not always kind of announcing what the range of hours is. It's there on the screen, but you can see a big difference between the average and the median here. So one of the reasons is that 100-hour response. They actually specified it should be spread through the whole program. So the parenthetical there is if you had actually spread that out, it'd be about 20 hours. Okay, so we've gone through the orientation topics, and this is what the breakdown is for that set of orientation topics. So you can see the low, zero, none of these need to be included. The high was 208, the average was 46, and the median was 22. The next topic is laws and regulations. So this was all but one person said, yes, this should be part of the curriculum. The reasoning was future licensees need to know their scope of practice and who makes the laws that affect their licensees. Laws are in place to protect the clients, the public, and the cosmetologists. The no reason, the person that said no, said obviously students need to be aware of the laws and regulations. This would apply to all areas of hair, nails, and skin. So even the no wasn't saying they don't need to know them, but just not as included as a curriculum item. Everyone agreed that classroom instruction was the least restrictive way to mitigate the harm. And so the range of outcomes there, 3 to 100, again, the 100 was saying this should be reinforced through all of the other topics. So their intent was not to say, sit there for 2.5 weeks and listen to lectures on regulations. The average was 17. So the parentheticals there, if you took out the 100, just pulled that number as an outlier, the top of the range would then be 10, and the average would be 5, just so you can see how much that impacted the average. And then the median, even with the 100 in there, was 5 hours of instruction. And I'm curious, does that match that 5? Is that about, for those that are doing this in schools, is that about what you're doing, about 5 hours of instruction on laws and regulations?
And again, continual as well, you know.
Yeah, continually reinforced,
yeah,
right. Yep.
Yeah, 5 hours probably of like actually teaching them, you know, what the laws, regulations are, how to read them, interpret them. But again, the application, I mean, that is the basis of this licensure, to make sure that these licensed professionals are upholding these laws and regulations to keep the public safe and healthy. So I think, you know, teaching them for 5 hours is one thing, but then the actual reinforcement of application is what builds proficiency and consistency that's going to lead to actual public health and safety. You know, anyone can go read the regulations online. It's public knowledge, right? But it doesn't mean that they're going to be a licensed professional just by doing that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so the next grouping of courses we call general sciences. And so we got a couple of categories under there. Bacteriology, that was 3 to 1, said yes, this should be included. Reasoning, people can lose limbs and die from pathogenic bacteria. The harm would be lack of knowledge of the types of disinfectants and how they are used. And the spread of bacteria can cause great damage. Left untreated, it can maim and kill. So the no's for this said this should be included in the sanitation and infection control section. And so there's kind of a common theme for a lot of these items that they should really be consolidated into just one sanitation and infection control module. And so that's what we're seeing there under this. Even one of the yeses that said it's classroom training is needed said numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 can be grouped together. So what are those numbers? They're bacteriology, microorganisms, infection control, disinfection, and sterilization, occupational safety and health administration requirements, and then that's actually a typo. It's not MSDS anymore, it's just SDS. So one of the recommendations was to group those 5 topics together. What does the panel think about that idea?
This is my wheelhouse. This is where I live. I love bacteria discussions. I love microorganisms. I have a master's degree in microbiology. I love this stuff. I'm a little offended by states that think you can teach it in any real substantial format in these small number of hours. I'll say the same thing on anatomy and physiology. You know, when you are getting educated on those topics to really know them, it's not even 25 hours. It's not 50 hours. It's to be substantially intelligent and be able to recall it. is really difficult. First off, if you're going to keep bacteriology, you need to change the name of it, because then you're only talking about bacteria. And obviously, we need to be talking about other things. But the reality of it is, when you're teaching microorganisms and bacteriology, those two topics, it's the expectation that every stylist is going to have a microscope in the back room, and they're going to go scrape people's skin and look under it and say, oh, that's that they're somehow going to, what does it matter if you know how a bacteria reproduces, or the motility of a bacteria, or what it looks like under a microscope? It makes no difference at the service level. What does make a difference is knowing what can be spread in that area and how to prevent that from happening. And so, to me, these topics like anatomy and physiology, cannot possibly be retained by these students the day after they take their state board exams. And quite frankly, they become kind of useless. And I love these topics. I mean, these are my favorite topics. And I don't see that they are, see, infection control, absolutely. But those other things around it, and by the way, they're the hardest topics to teach, and they also are the place where students are most likely to fail. And do we really want someone to not be able to get a license because they don't know the name of a bacteria or what it looks like? And to me is ridiculous. I want to know that they know how to practice proper infection control or how to understand chemical safety, but they don't need to, in my opinion, go to this granularity.
I agree 100%.
I can appreciate being able to see some of the pictures and some of the things that happen, because it makes it more relevant and real, and it pushes them to take it more seriously. Yeah. So having, great examples of here's what happens when this becomes a challenge is important. But I agree in that, not knowing what the name of your whatever it is, I mean, as long as you have a good awareness of how to take care of it, how to care for it, I think you're in good shape.
And that would apply to the the diseases and disorders, as far as being able to see the pictures and being able to know what the causes are. But to your point exactly, they do not need to know what a specific bacteria looks like, what the name of it is, and they will not remember it after that exam. And to study for it is crazy, like you say.
And for instructors, it's really difficult content, right? It's the hardest content for you to teach. It's the hardest content for the student to learn. And it's the least useful, the least retainable. And like I said, I love this content for myself, but I don't think it's necessary. So
I think understanding the levels of difference in them, that it's like, this type of infection is going to be a lot scarier than this type of infection, or this particular infection is extremely communicable or spreadable. I think that's probably more important than knowing what the shape of it is.
Well, and one thing I would say is sometimes I get a little anxious about all this, but one of the areas I really struggle with is we sometimes make students dangerous, right? We make them think they know something they don't actually know. And my perfect example of this is I have a presentation I've done all over the country. I've done it in schools. I've done it with instructors sitting in the room. And I play this game with the students, and it's called Service or Refer. And I show a picture, and I say, do you want to provide a service on this client? They're sitting in your chair, or do you want to tell them to go to the doctor? And there's a slide I get to, and every single time I show it, people in the room, including instructors, will say, that's a mole. Oh, absolutely not. That is malignant melanoma. I've made you just dangerous enough that you think you know what something is, and if you don't refer that person, they will die. What I would like people to be teaching them is, if anything looks unusual, tell them to go see their doctor. You aren't well enough trained to diagnose somebody. So in some of these things, it's not that I don't think they should have an awareness. I just think we make them think they know more than they know, and that also is a risk to your consumer. So I've already said my whole piece now. I'm all done.
It's okay. I've actually sent many people to the doctor for moles that they can.
I can leave now.
There's a weird mole there. Go.
Yeah. So to me, this could be cleaned up to just be C, and I would suggest that, rather than teaching people chemistry, that we teach them chemical safety. We never talk about how to read a chemical label anywhere, and that's where the safety data sheet goes, is in chemical safety. But there's no section on here that just says chemical safety, and I would rather get rid of bacteriology, microorganisms, I mean, OSHA, they'll learn about that as they sort of go. It's one of those things you'll talk about, where does OSHA fit in? But we don't actually have a section in here, and look at me trying to add something, on chemical safety. You know, I have testified in 11 wrongful death suits in this industry. All but one were in pedicures. But when I see the cases that people send to me, a lot of them are mixing chemicals that shouldn't be mixed. And the importance of reading a label, I don't care if they know the difference between a ionic bond and I don't really care if they know how bonds are made, chemical bonds, but I do care if they can read a label.
Well, that's key for understanding how to read the label, I believe. You need to understand what you're reading before you can understand how to use it. So I think that they go hand in hand. I agree with you. I think the SDS sheets and the chemical safety is very, very, very important. But I think you need to have a base understanding of it before you can apply it. And I think those are very good points about the bacteriology and this and that. I think, Steve, you had mentioned, you know, could all these topics be lumped into one? And I think overall, yes, the disinfection, the sanitation, you know, bacteriology, I think you're right. It limits viruses, but we're coming out of a pandemic where, you know, understanding how the virus works. I mean, when we went through COVID, what was the first thing they did to explain to the public? This is the virus, this is how it works. You know, not a virologist, but we needed to know how the virus works in order to combat it. So I think there needs to be a base understanding of how bacteria work, how they spread, the viruses, and probably the more common ones that are seen in the salon. But, you know, as far as those little details and the shape and all that, there's probably, you know, better content that can be taught to actually be applied. But I do think it's important for the stylist or for anyone to know why before they can understand, you know, how to do it instead of just doing it blindly. They need to understand the chemical makeup of, you know, how bacteria gets transmitted from one place to another. You know, there's too many bacteria for them to know, and I'd rather have them have just a basic understanding of how, again, that applies to the disinfection, the sanitation, and how to keep that going, you know, how to keep bacteria spreading from one client to another, and so on. So good conversation, though.
So, to help the board with its thinking about this, it sounds like there's broad consensus that bacteriology, microorganisms, infection control can all be really consolidated into maybe one course. So that sound right? And then and OSHA as well, and it sounds like maybe with the safety data sheets that might better go under a different topic, such as reading product labels and chemical safety. And I've got a follow-up question. I'm glad you brought that up because I actually had a question along those lines later on when we get to some of those other topics.
So yes, Steve, I think, you know, yes, but I don't know if that necessarily means it's less hours or you know, less instruction associated with it. I just think it could probably be covered, you know, per the comments of the committee.
Okay, so let's look. Let's talk about the hours then. If it's all right, I'm going to leave this chart up that shows the bacteriology, microorganisms, infection control, and OSHA requirements. If those were to be consolidated, if you look at your survey results sheets, the averages for those four topics looks like it's let's say 12, 36, about 40 hours for those topics for the average, and then the median was closer to 25. So we're in that for sort of 25 to 40 hour range for that block as a unified block on the averages. Obviously, it's something you're going to reinforce throughout the training. But as far as sitting at your desk, listening to someone lecture on that, does that range still work? If you were to include those four topics, that range still work as a single course? Is anybody doing more than one full week of lecture on these topics?
No, I think about a week of lecture, you know, broken up is sufficient. And then, as you said, the reinforcement is ongoing.
Yeah, and Steve, sorry, you keep mentioning this, that for theory instruction. I know in my answers with my hours, I included the practical instruction. Just want to get clarification there. You are talking just theory instruction and not including just the practical reinforcement necessary to build the actual comprehension. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So especially for these, what we call under the sort of the general portion, this is really more classroom, and it's sort of presumed that these items would be reinforced when you get into the service level instruction. As just part of the day-to-day.
I'm going to throw something out there that may be a little just crazy, that rather than just putting bacteriology and microorganisms under infection control, that we leave them out entirely. I would rather that infection control section include things like transmission, the conversation that somebody on the phone said, a conversation about how transmission occurs. Subjects like immunity, like if we want to protect our students, how do they protect themselves? How do they protect their own immune system so that they don't, end up getting sick and then passing it on to somebody else? Somebody said on the phone, we need to tell them why, not just how. But that why, those two things, Audrey made a perfect comment showing them the result of not doing the how is much more effective than making them understand this, this genus of bacteria, this species, and this is where they live, that kind of thing. I think you can reinforce the how and make it a why, because I don't want this end result. Don't start with the bacteria and that's why. Start with this is how you do it and this is why you do it, because this is the bad result at the end of the day. So it does become more of a how.
Are you volunteering to write a new theory book?
I would love to write a new theory book on this content. on this content, because when we start talking about these sciences, it's unfortunate, but all over the country, this is where students get hung up, it's where instructors get hung up, and it's where students fail over and over again on that written exam. And so if we can clean up this language and really focus, honestly, people think I just want to reduce hours. What I want to do is give you back hours to teach the art and the craft of whatever, hair, nails, skin, whatever you're doing, with the overview of it being safe. And if we can get rid of some of this stuff that isn't really, you guys could be the gold standard, to be honest with you, in Virginia. You could be the gold standard going forward to the rest of the country, because everybody else is under these same mandates. Reduce hours, reduce hours, reduce hours. And I sit in these meetings in all these different states and I say, please be brave, clean up your language, make it more relatable for the instructor and the student to how they do their jobs. And then you have more time to train them on the actual art of what they're doing. So
if these topics were, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm trying to understand what you were saying. So you are saying maybe start with infection control, disinfection, sterilization, then pull in the bacteriology and microorganisms portions, but lessen it so that they have an idea of what a bacteria is, what a virus, the difference is, so they can recognize it, know what, this is why we do infection control, especially with COVID-19 and all of that. They need to know. So you're saying infection control first, and then pull in portions of
risk-based training than science-based training, like more of a risk adverse, like a risk-based training than science-based training, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I think they can relate to that better. When I go out and speak, when I always say to the students, I'm not going to show you a picture of any kind of a microbe, nothing like that. I'm going to talk to you about what really will happen in real life, the way we talk to each other in real life. To your point, if I go to get a pedicure and the technician says, you've got a lump on your third metatarsal, people don't talk like that. She's going to say, that bump on your foot, have you been to the doctor? It looks like it, could be a problem. If it's open, she might say, I really don't want to provide this service. I can't, my state won't allow me until you go to the doctor. That's what we should be giving them, instead of filling their heads with motility and reproduction of, acellular bacteria. Who cares? I care, but I don't think they need to care. So yes, I would say start with infection control, and take these other two things, make them go away so instructors don't come down the pike and feel like they have to teach that. And so that test providers don't feel like they have to include it in their exam. And what you're doing right now, I don't know if everybody in this room realizes that whatever recipe you guys write on this board is what your state board exam is going to look like. Whatever you tell them has to be there. And if the word bacteriology is there, they're going to put questions around it on the state board exam. And I don't think a young person should fail to get a license because they don't know those two things. Because it does not impact how they behave safely, how they interact safely with the community.
And they need to know proper sanitation, practices.
Yep.
And they need to know what a disease looks like and a disorder looks like.
Yeah.
And who to turn away.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Definitely.
So what would this combined module be called? If the panel would say, yeah, focus on those things, what would you title that module?
Infection control.
Purposes and practices, isn't that what it's called now? Practices and principles and practices. Principles and practices.
Yeah, because also the way it is now, there's a lot of other steps. For example, if you don't clean before you disinfect, then your disinfectant doesn't work, right? So we've left the word clean out. They may not be ever required to sterilize, but they should know that a UV light box, regardless of what it says on it, is not sterilization. It's as important to know what is not qualified for it as what does. And so to me, that's its own topic. And it has all the principles underneath it, the principles and practices of infection control.
I'm just speaking as a non-cosmetologist, but I think sometimes the more you add, the more there's only so much they're going to retain.
Yeah.
And including so much other stuff, you risk them not retaining the information that is vital to the health and safety of the public. And that's what I see in these kinds of topics. There's many, if you go to a doctor who doesn't specialize in this area, they're not going to be able to tell you the majority of some of this content. They are not in this, general area. A non-dermatologist can only go into so much about this topic, but yet we're showing it to cosmetologists. That baffles me.
Well, and then and I totally agree with you. It's back to maybe being a little offended that you think you can teach it in that many hours anyway. And, if you took all the people I went to nursing school with, and you asked them 20 questions on bacteriology, which actually that's kind of a weird way to put it, but let's say pathogen, and 100 questions on microorganisms, I got my master's degree in microbiology, I could answer them, but probably none of them could. But also, to this day, I went to nursing school, I worked as a nurse. If you asked me to name all the bones in the human body, I could not do it because it's not relevant knowledge to me anymore. And so that's where I get with all of these things, to your point. It's just putting complicated things where they don't need to be. And when I ask people why they ever got there in the first place, people would say, well, that's what makes us a profession. No, that is not what makes you a profession, memorizing a lot of big words. What makes you a profession is behaving professionally, right? And so I think it's time to be brave and get these things out. I think you know my point. Sorry. It's my soapbox. Get off there.
Very supportive.
All right, so with all that being covered, that's going to help us move quickly through these other topics. So we've already kind of generally talked about them, the reasoning behind them, the hours of instruction. So I'm going to kind of skip through these real quickly. When we get to the safety data sheets, they maybe fall in a little bit of a different category. So I'll go over this. I think everybody agrees you got to cover, all but one person agreed that you need to cover safety data sheets. And so I'll have a question a little bit later that maybe this should go somewhere else. For the safety data sheets, how much time, for those of you that are actually working and teaching students, how much time do you spend in the classroom teaching them how to read a safety data sheet with whatever practical application that you do?
In the classroom?
Yeah.
When we're in infection control, we usually find our notebooks in the cabinet. We take them out, we show them to the students, their eyes glaze over, all of that information. We tell them what it is and where they can find it if necessary, and that's it. So we don't spend a whole lot of time, you know, on that. I don't even think we spend a full hour just on that particular area.
The other thing about safety data sheets is they're much less useful for even practitioners than they are for first responders. If the fire department shows up and they want to know what chemicals are in there, helpful to them, right? If EMS shows up because somebody drank something, really helpful to them. But one thing that has changed a lot in the last 25 years is that manufacturers, because manufacturers don't want to be in the hot seat in lawsuits, have made their products much, much safer, but their labels much more comprehensive. So it's almost a better practice to be teaching your students, show them where the SDS sheet is. If there's an emergency and the fire department needs it, great. But reading a label and understanding what the risks are, what to do if somebody drinks it or gets it in their eye, all of those things are much easier to find on that manufacturer's label. And they're written in simple English, right? And not so complicated as the SDS. It was really never meant for, you know, everybody to pick up and start reading. Those manufacturers' labels are required to be that way.
But the understanding of the symbols is important as well. And they have gotten much better with the, actually the data that's contained on the SDS sheets. And so, I mean, some time does need to be devoted to it when it comes to the understanding of the sheets. And I would say at least 1 to 2 hours. That's my.
And those same pictograms that you're talking about on the SDS sheets also generally translate to most labels. Most labels use matching pictograms that are on their SDS.
Right.
They're not required to, but most manufacturers will.
All right, thank you. Okay, next one, cosmetic chemistry. This was a 3-to-1 yes. And the reasonings for the yes is basic understanding of how chemical mixtures work and how they should and should not be mixed. Some chemical interactions can be caustic and very dangerous. The risk of would be infection control, malpractice safety, product reaction risk. For the no reasoning was students don't need to understand chemistry to safely perform the services. Basic information about pH of alkaline, acidic substances should be taught in the sanitation and safety section.
Could this topic become chemical safety? Could this be transformed into, instead of cosmetic chemistry, which sounds like you're teaching them all kinds of chemistry, that you're teaching them just the safety of the chemicals they're using specifically, and getting away from it's more of a rote science approach to chemistry. Is that an option?
I think that's a great option.
I think so.
Good, right?
I've been that crazy hairdresser that's mixed all sorts of chemicals together just to see what happens, not on heads, you know, hair swatches.
Yeah.
But, you know, I learned the hard way, so I would have loved to have had a class that said, here's these chemicals that don't go together and why.
And that way that dictates for your state board exam that the questions are around why you don't do what she just said she did, like the safety of the chemicals, you know, the chemical mixing, reading labels, and that label piece could go under there, and so could the SDS. But you're not then spending time teaching them a whole chapter of chemistry.
That would be great.
See, she likes that. Yeah, no more chapter of chemistry. Because to your point, they can't retain it, and it takes away, as you said, from the other important things they have.
Would this be appropriate to basically combine this with the next topic, which is the products and ingredients?
Yes.
But
Yeah.
would,
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would that combined topic be called?
Chemical safety.
Chemical safety.
I'm sorry, Steve, I got cut out. We were talking about the chemistry and the importance of teaching chemistry.
Yes.
Maybe chemical usage and safety?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'd just like to interject real quick on the understanding of like how the bonds work and that in my experience, I've heard clients ask why the student or the school may or may not provide the service based off of prior treatment of hair, and all of that. So I do think it's important to have a base understanding of, again, how pieces of chemistry. We're not teaching these people to be chemists, right? But the basics of chemistry that then apply to the chemical safety. And I think that we can add, and I agree that adding the chemical safety is important, but being able to explain to the client why you're doing something is important. I think there's a certain welfare and safety, concern there of being able to explain why. Well, oh, because I was told, why are you doing this? Well, because I was told to do this. No, this is why you need to explain to the client what the effect is going to be on their hair. And then again, different chemistries with different hair textures and how it's going to affect that. So that was my 2 cents. Sorry, I got cut off and I did call back in.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So these two topics, the cosmetic chemistry and the products and ingredients, that it seems like the panel would want to see combined into chemical usage and safety. The recommended hours around these two combined is 10 to 12 hours. My thinking, again, I'm not a professional in this field. Is this going to be largely classroom theory instruction? And if so, does that make sense, that block of hours, 10 to 12 hours? And assuming that, obviously, when you're teaching them the skills-based part, it'll be reinforced in there.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right, where I'm at.
Fuzziness, yeah. And I do apologize again for the fuzziness of the speakers. The facility is going to be renovated here in the coming months to fix this. So we spent quite a while trying to get the fuzziness out of it and get the feedback reduced. Unfortunately, I think we're probably stuck with this.
I'm working on it.
But our fearless director is going to try to get us a better solution. Okay, the last topic under our general sciences course is nutrition. This was a 2-to-1 no. This should not be included in the curriculum. Now, the reasoning on the yes was the cosmetologists need to understand nutrition sufficiently to take care of their health and be aware of the deficiencies that may show up in hair, skin, and nails. Usually they will direct the guest to a physician. And nutrition has a direct effect on one's health and welfare, and therefore it's important to be taught by cosmetologists. No reasoning was pretty uniform. It just doesn't belong in the curriculum. So one of the questions that I had, and before I get that, you can see in the range of hours, the average was 1.1, but the median was 0. So my thinking about this, and again, I'm not a practitioner. I've known that this has been in the curriculum, obviously for a while, and I had maybe wrongly assumed that nutrition would be, if a client is having this thing happening with their hair, brittle hair, maybe this is, you tell them to eat more, vitamin E, and that fixes it. I guess that's what I had thought this was about, but it seems like the yeses were really focused around it's important for the cosmetologist's own health to have proper nutrition. And
Steve, I think what you said
am I missing something there? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Malul.
I think what you said is also a good point. You're right. If there's something that a client can do to eat or consume that's going to help the health of their hair, I agree with you on that as well.
So, for my thinking about the nutrition, if we are just talking generally about the health and welfare of the cosmetologist. Is that something that would be any different than any other just general safety, health, welfare, like getting exercise? I mean, not to be facetious or anything, but like driving safely is important. Is that something that a cosmetologist needs to know in order to perform cosmetology safely? And I'm just curious, is there a specific reason nutrition needs to be that they need to understand that in order to perform cosmetology safely?
I think from your point, I mean, having a general knowledge of the hair is doing this, and just knowing this could be a nutrition thing. This is a case where typically I'm not a dietitian, so I'm not going to tell you what to change in your diet. But if there's a visible deficiency in the hair, I do need to be aware that I probably need to send you to a doctor. Or in the case of frequently you'll see challenges with teenage girls. It's like, hey mom, something's going on with her hair. Go check that out.
So,
and I think the point there, and somebody's made this point several times, and I agree with it, is that the cosmetologist shouldn't be the ones trying to diagnose what the issue is. You know, they're not the professionals, but I do think there is a certain safeguard / gatekeeper role that these cosmetologists should be, you know, involved in, because they're servicing clients, they're looking at parts of the client's body that nobody else is. You know, like they're really getting into it in this at a certain level, and they may be able to identify, hey, you may want to seek professional medical help for this. But I think there's, you know, somebody had mentioned that. I think it's important for them to have that kind of safeguard where they can, but being taught to say, hey, you need to seek a medical professional. I can't diagnose this for you, but you should be seeing a medical professional. I think that's an important piece.
I think Steve's question though is, with or without this class, whether we teach them 3 hours, which by the way, if you really want to teach them nutrition, 3 hours is not going to teach them very much, right? And so if with or without this class, we have to make the assumption that if you are touching people's bodies, looking at their bodies, looking at their scalp, wherever on their bodies, every day that's your job, that you have eyeballs, right? Like you're going to notice something and say something to someone, have you been to the doctor? That's like common sense 101, right? If you are putting your hands on people. And so does this nutrition class hone that skill any better? Is that what your question was?
Yeah, and honestly, more specifically, if the nutrition is just personal health,
right,
maintaining your own personal health, if it's not specifically related to safely practicing cosmetology, maybe it shouldn't be there. But the other component would be if it is about recognizing issues with clients. You know, in Virginia, to diagnose diseases would be the practice of medicine. So is this something that, if this is really just about recognizing your client might have a health issue, should they be addressing nutrition at all rather than just referring it to a doctor? And if that's the case, do we need a whole course on referring things to doctors? Maybe that's already in the, what's the name of our course, Principles and Practices of Infection Control, or something like that.
And we, in public school, in our school, we have taught this under My Lady, and it's incorporated in professional image unit, that's unit on professional image that covers nutrition. And so we basically covered from the standpoint that you mentioned at first, the overall health of the cosmetologist, taking care of ourselves, exercise, eating right, you know, not staying up 2 o'clock in the morning when you know you got a 7 o'clock appointment coming in the next morning. So it's more personal care than this way.
That is a good point. That's how both the textbooks are written.
Mm-hmm.
It's written around the cosmetologist,
not around the general public.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, I think that is a lesson they need to learn. I just don't think the state needs to require it. I don't think it's the state's responsibility to require it.
Yeah. I think if it's kept within the professional image unit, the way we're doing it, it's enough time. It's fine.
How much time are you spending on it?
Because it's a part of professional image, you know, that whole part, we probably spend maybe 4 hours total.
On that whole section?
On that section. so that they do understand the importance of taking care of themselves in order to be able to take care of someone else safely and efficiently.
Which place?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
All right, thank you. All right, so here's the summary of these general topics.
Yeah.
Sounds like the panel is kind of recommending some big changes. Consolidate the first 4 topics, so bacteriology, microorganisms, infection control, and OSHA requirements. And then consolidating the next 2, material, or the SDSs and cosmetic chemistry, into chemical usage and safety. And then it sounds like, overall, I know that there were some that said yes, but overall the panel was sort of in favor of dropping the nutrition. Okay, we'll move into our last section of the orientation. And again, as I said at the beginning, this first topic is, I think, engendering the most debate. And once we get through it, you're going to see we'll move through it pretty quickly. Anatomy and physiology, 3-to-1 said yes, should be included there. Basic understanding of the body parts pertaining to their industry is necessary to ensure the public's not harmed during the service. Someone else said injury to nerves, muscles, and bones. Someone else said one must understand the physical makeup of the areas of the bodies in which they work. Many products and services are recommended for specific areas of the body. Misuse can cause irreparable damage. The no's said there's no advantage to these topics. They don't prevent any harm. And then there's some reasoning here about why it should, training in the classroom is the most, or the least restrictive way to mitigate that harm. When we look at the hours, we've got this range of 0 to 25, with the average and median being about the same, right at 10. So I guess I just have maybe to hone in a little bit more about injuries to nerves, muscles, bones. How much, as far as what you're teaching in the classroom, how much detail are you going into on anatomy and physiology? I mean, as far as the bones, are you teaching the actual names of the bones, and is that something that comes into play when you're practicing cosmetology?
We start with Leslie.
I would say if anybody on the call or anyone at the table can make a case why someone needs to know the name of a muscle, the name of a bone. Look, if you want to teach them how a muscle functions, insertion and origin, because you're doing manipulations around a muscle, awesome. But wasting time, I'm just going to say that, knowing the names of those structures, if anyone can make a case for me how that is useful, how it is retained. Look, we've got some licensed cosmetologists here. I'm guessing if I gave you all a test on anatomy and physiology, the one thing you'd know is femur. Everybody knows femur, right? We all know femur, but there would be a really big deficit because it's not retainable knowledge. It's very difficult to retain and it's not useful. So I don't think I said maybe completely no. Maybe I put an hour or 2 in there. Maybe I put 0 hours in there, because this is a huge stumbling block with not a lot of, I can't come up with a reason how it's really useful at the salon level.
Well, I think
it doesn't stop any of those things. Knowing it doesn't stop any of those things that you put up there for the yes. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't know you were talking.
I was going to say, when giving a facial and you're doing any facial manipulations and massaging, I think it is important to understand the different muscles that you are manipulating.
I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy, we've got like some static in the speaker that's making it difficult for us to understand it. Are you, I think he's on the phone.
Yeah, could you hear me? I said when you're giving a facial, when you're manipulating the face and you're massaging it, I think it's important to know what muscles you're manipulating.
Yeah, and again, if you'll bear with us, we've got so much static, we can't really hear you. Would it be all right if I separately called you on my cell phone to see if we can get the static out and have you participate that way.
Sure. That's fine.
All right. All right, bear with me just one moment. And actually, bear with us. We've got our agency support team here. They're going to see if they can have a better technological solution to the static. This might be a good time to take a little break for folks that need to. So if we can pause for maybe 5 minutes or so. And the restrooms, if you head out the door, go to the left through the double doors. The restrooms are right out there in the main hallway. And Mr. Malul, if you'll just hang on the line and just get ready for some instructions for a better way for you to connect.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
No.
I haven't either.
Yeah, we got it. They'll check them out live. Well, they should be, but they don't. They're not going to worry about. Yeah. Yeah, we'd have to update count out posting, but we can do that. Yes. Yep. Yes. No, these are working fine. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Malul, we're gonna call you from our conference line here. It is.
Can you hear me any better now?
How's it going?
All right. Can you hear us? Okay. Yeah, we can hear you better. Let's see. So, is this better? Can you hear me? Okay. So. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we can hear you much better now. So yeah, if you need, we'll ask folks to speak a little closer to their microphones, and hopefully that'll help you hear everything a little better.
Thank you. Sorry for being
No, yeah, that's all right. We appreciate you jumping in virtually. It's helpful. All right, so I think we will reconvene the panel in about 5 minutes for those participating online. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, yes.
And don't need to.
Right. I was surprised how the survey numbers came out when everyone was doing it separately.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was surprised by that. So what school are you at?
I'm at Woodbridge High School in Woodbridge, Virginia. It's in Woodbridge, Prince William County.
Okay. I don't live here.
Where are you?
No, I'll play Alabama.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'll play Alabama.
I didn't know if you're starting there.
Everything else external.
My son lives in New York City,
Yes,
but he's coming to
That's what I thought, yeah, that's what I thought.
All together.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were.
Oh, okay, you're a long way from home.
I'm always a long way from home.
Yeah.
I'm more often a long way from home. I usually, when people say, "Where from?" I say, "Do you really want to know where my mail comes?"
Or I should have said there.
Thank you.
Yeah. I told my husband one time, I'm good about a decorate our house, our bedroom like a Marriott, and they're so red and how.
Yes, yes, yes.
I can't believe it's already Memorial Day. I feel like March and April dragged on, but May was like, boom.
We have our oldest gone.
She's
Graduating. Oh, that's.
And, well, we let everyone fit out. I mean,
Oh, are they?
but they start school, like around August 15th.
Oh,
So you guys wait until after Labor Day, yeah.
Right.
So yeah, all the schools have been out for probably a week or two.
Yeah, our other kids don't get out until,
Yeah, we're June 15th.
Yes, we're.
The seniors get out early.
Yes. When do you
Our
start?
seniors graduate 10th of June.
So similar earlier. Yes.
But we started like this, we've been starting earlier, like the last week, 23rd, something like that in August. But our county this year has celebrated a lot more Jewish holidays and Muslim holidays that we've had all throughout the year. So it prolonged our getting out. But my grandson who lives in Manassas, they get out, they're out, and his graduation is tonight. So I'm going to that tonight.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. All right, so we've had a slight change. Our panel member who's participating virtually is now on a speakerphone, and the acoustics are such that our audio, our volume is not great for him. So if you're going to speak, would ask that you go ahead and pull the mic close to you, project nice and loud so that our panel member can hear that through the speakerphone. With that, we can jump back into this discussion about anatomy and physiology. And Mr. Malul, so we were not able to hear your comments about anatomy and physiology. Would you be able to repeat them for us?
Yeah, so I think obviously it's a very broad and depth topic. There's various levels of obviously like a therapy program is a lot more intensive. I agree that there's a lot of anatomy that don't use, but there's one area that I want to provide super broad. As a cosmetologist, they can get facial. They're getting an hour-long facial and then manipulating the muscles on the face. I think it's important for them to know what muscles they are manipulating, what they're doing on the face and the scalp. So I think that there needs to be, again, a very basic understanding of do things that apply to that profession. I don't think AMP is what the topic. It's going to teach a very general understanding, is going to be that applicable to the field, but I do think certain pieces of it that could be applied to certain services and related to it. So that was my comment with that. If you're getting a facial for an hour and you're probably not become safe, it would probably be pretty smart to know what muscle to do and if that's my comment regarding that.
So I think he is implying that it should be procedural or during the procedure part versus it being a separate topic where you have to know all the muscles, nerves, bones, how many bones are in the body. And so I agree with what he's saying.
Okay. Yeah, and one of the things that I would point out here, this is, and actually kind of all the next topics, or not all of them, but the next 5 or 6 that we're going to look at, focus in on, as Mr. Malul pointed out, on the aesthetic side of things. And one thing to keep in mind that in Virginia, a cosmetologist can perform all the services that an esthetician can perform. And so this curriculum that you looked at includes the entirety of the aesthetics curriculum because they can do everything that an esthetician can do. And so as you think about particularly the next topics, skin structure, skin type, skin conditions, those are going to be thinking about it in the terms of maybe not just what someone who's doing hair would think about, but it's the full aesthetics scope.
I have one question for the caller. Are you wanting that when you, for example, teach somebody how to do a facial, that they understand the names of all the muscles as they're doing the facial, or simply, my guess is you're not teaching it that way with all the names, because the textbooks even divide it up. They have a chapter on anatomy, and then they have a total different chapter on facials that they never even mention the anatomy on. They tell you, you know, what direction to move your hands, that kind of thing, but they keep them in 2 separate silos. So is it more about teaching someone to work safely around muscles and not so much the actual anatomy, the names of things? Does that matter?
That's a good point. I mean, I think it's more important that people kind of understand how, what you're doing than just the name. I know for me, when I took anatomy in high school, you know, remembering the name doesn't mean I know that function stuff, right? So it's so important to actually think about the function and how it can be applied to service and what you're doing to the actual muscles and the name.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at some of these other topics that come next. We've got skin structure and skin function, and that's about a 5 to 3 ratio of, is there a health safety component to this? And if you look at the hours, the average was 10, the median was 5, so then that 5 to 10 hour range on skin structure and function. And then there's a separate item for skin types. And this was an even 50-50. There's a health safety component to this. So the yes, we're saying each skin type has a very specific benefits and challenges. Knowing each feature and possible challenge will help prevent skin damage to the skin types, especially in regards to skin types different from oneself. The no's, we actually had no feedback. It was just no. They did not explain why on this. So honing in on this, so it looks like for skin types, 2 to 6 hours of training was what the recommendation was. And then the next, well, let's stick with just looking at skin types and skin structure and function. Is this something, would the panel say these topics can be combined and covered at the same time?
Would they not also potentially fall under skin analysis and consultation? that piece of training under skincare? Because isn't that a step in the skin analysis to determine the skin type?
Yes.
Seems like it would fall in that group.
So would everybody else agree with that? That all those things could really be lumped together?
Yeah.
So then my next question would be, if you were going to lump the consultation, skin analysis, skin types together, thinking about it in terms of a cosmetologist can do hair, skin, nails, and wax, would the client consultation part, should that be moved into this sort of general portion rather than being specifically under the skin portion?
Because there's a different consultation that you're gonna provide for skin service and for hair service.
It should fall under each of them.
So this should be separate.
Great, thank you.
It should be the main part of each procedure, because it's the first part of each procedure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Should it be a topic that said analysis and consultation, and then underneath it, skin, nails, scalp, right? I mean, so versus putting it in, but then you would need one in wax, you would need a skin analysis and wax also. Unless you move it out into its own group to say that no matter what service you're doing, you're going to do an analysis of that body part and consult with the client, you know. Otherwise, if what you're saying is that it's unique to a skin service, then you would also have to also assume that it is unique to a waxing service. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it would be. It would
Right, so that's what I'm
would
saying.
be.
We don't have it under waxing. We only have skin under we only have the analysis under the skin portion. And so maybe making, to his point, under the applied sciences, analysis and consultation as its own section, not necessarily be taught up front, but to have each of those areas, you know, the skin of the hands if you're doing nails, or the feet, or whatever that is, you know, those things. So we're making it clear that they have to be able to do an analysis and consult on each of those areas they're working on. It doesn't have to be taught up front, but be taught in each of those sections. I don't know. Because then the skin one would overlap between facial and waxing. You wouldn't have to have a separate section for that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We have analysis under hair, right? We have analysis as number A. We have analysis and consultation as B under skin, but we do not have analysis under nails or waxing. So we either need to add them or we need to move it out and say each part that you're doing has to have an analysis and consultation.
I would say yes to both.
Yeah, because we're leaving those two things out.
Because analysis is really crucial in every service. But I think if you try teaching them all in one piece, that's going to be very overwhelming. And so focusing on piece at a time, like I'm learning skin today, so I'm going to do a skin analysis. That's going to be a piece of almost every skin class you do. It's like, okay, what's the analysis? Or I'm doing nails today. What's the analysis? Because the analysis is going to look different for each one. And so because they're going to look different and you really want, I think this isn't a piece, like the analysis part is a piece that frequently gets missed. And not giving good analysis is a safety concern because, you know, you should avoid certain services in certain circumstances or, you know, choose a different chemical. If you're not doing a sufficient analysis, you're not going to catch that.
That's your point to turn somebody away who shouldn't get a service, right? I mean, that is the deciding point whether I'm going to proceed or not. And I feel like we're leaving it out of nails and waxing. And across the country, the three most dangerous services are pedicures, waxing, and eyelash extensions, which, by the way, are nowhere really noticeable on here in terms of injury, right, that are reported. So I think that,
Artificial nails too.
yeah, so adding that analysis to those two portions, maybe we can take it out of the applied sciences and at least make sure we address that.
I think it should fall under every procedure because it is the safety issue, and it should be the first thing that you look at, and everything that has to do with the safety of that particular procedure is under the analysis section.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can make a good case for that.
as well as the health, because you can see what's happening with the health as you do the analysis as well.
So it sounds like everyone's in agreement that there should be an analysis portion for all of the area-specific
All of the technical.
hair service, skin service, nail service, wax service. And then
it should be an analysis consultation, so it should include or cover the parts of it too, where you are finding out specific things about a client that will also lead to whether you can provide that service to them or not, or if you need to be careful of certain aspects of the service because of their health condition.
Through the consultation.
Through the consultation.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So under that kind of model then, would you still say skin structure and function ought to be moved to the skincare area, or is there a common piece of skin that should be taught up front rather than just waiting till those consultation courses?
I keep forgetting to do.
Maybe under skin care, because knowing the structure of skin and how it functions is all a part of skin care. So I'm thinking it would be better to be under that.
So I can't hear very well, but I pick up here and there. I think, we could make comments like this, and follow the very analysis is a very, very important part of the process. I think it is a great at teaching the whole fund is very overwhelming. But building it in as part of the consultation process for each service is important. The nail is important to analyze the disease in each service, actually, and the disease is, anything that's going to upset, if you use the way that bacteria or whatever it is, analysis of it. This is a big portion, I think, I think a lot of the general sciences, like skin structure, or hair structure, those go into the analysis, right? So, so that we get going back to how we talk about, at the end of the day, these things important taught and they're part of the overall health and safety of it.
All right, thank you. And to help out Mr. Moole, if you can keep your mic, it's probably like 6 to 8 inches is like the perfect range to the mic. And you don't have to hit the button, they're automatically on. If you want to mute it, you hold down the button. Okay, so we've talked about skin types. So the next two topics are kind of along the similar lines: skin conditions, and then we have diseases and disorders of the skin. So for the skin conditions, I'm not sure why I put leans yes. That must be a slightly more yes than no. I apologize for not having more concrete number. I'll fix this after the fact to get the concrete number. Oh, this is why I said leans yes. I'm sorry, my notes tell me why. There were a couple yeses that said you need to understand which skin conditions can be beautified and how best to safely service the client. The cosmetologist needs to know and recognize skin conditions and when they can be treated. And then we have a variety of responses, possibly. I think it's obvious if a nail is infected, it shouldn't be handled. Showing pictures with examples of nails that shouldn't be treated would be sufficient. Yes and no. Somebody put the harm would not be recognizing different skin disorders or diseases. And then one person said no. Licensees should not be led to believe that they have enough training to diagnose anything. Anything that looks unusual should be referred to a medical professional. Again, we had a similar breakdown on is classroom instruction the best way to teach that. And then you can see it's about 5 hours, 4.5 to 5 hours of instruction for this one. It's related topic, diseases and disorders of the skin. More people said yes, these need to be taught. 2-to-1 said yes, it should be taught. There are multiple diseases and disorders of the skin and scalp, many of which are extremely contagious and damaging. One must be able to recognize what they can work on, when to deny or reschedule service, and send to a medical professional in order to avoid spread to guests and cosmetologists. Another person said they think these services 18, 19, 20, and 21, and I apologize, I didn't put that in, but that would be the skin structure, skin type, skin condition, and diseases and disorders of the skin they thought could be combined. And then the kind of the other side, similar to the other one, licensees should not be led to believe that they have enough training to diagnose diseases and disorders. So there's this tension here between the folks that are saying you need to recognize when you have something that you need to refuse service to. It could be a health safety risk to the client, to the cosmetologist, and others that are saying, well, you should not be doing a diagnosis. So let's talk about that tension. Help us understand the way to address that.
I'll speak up. I'm the diagnosing person here, and it's not that I don't think they shouldn't know when to turn somebody away by looking at it and saying, look, I don't know what it is, but I shouldn't be touching it. I shouldn't have my hands on it. I shouldn't be having you in my salon at this moment. I think that we can't possibly give them enough information for them to be able to determine what is safe and what isn't. When you go to the doctor, they don't, you go to the dermatologist, he doesn't walk in and go, malignant melanoma. He walks in and he gets his little, spectacles out and he scrapes off some skin, he sends it to the lab. That's what he does for a living, right? So I think to the point somebody put, showing pictures of things that you definitely, there should be some point where we say people have common sense. An open sore, something that looks infected, I shouldn't be providing that service on you, but I also don't need to be diagnosing you as, oh, that's probably okay. That's probably nothing to worry about. I should go ahead with the service. So I'm not a hard no, like none at all. I'm more of a, let's not give them enough information to make them more dangerous. That's where I fall on that.
But what's stopping that person from getting on YouTube and teaching themselves? I think that's a very individual. I understand the point, you don't want to provide false confidence, but in great society, with information at your fingertips, it's stopping somebody to look at my YouTube and thinking there is an answer. I think that's a very personal, individual point there. I don't think limiting the knowledge of teaching people is going to necessarily solve that problem. And I understand what you're saying. It's about point in today's world,
in my opinion, for me personally, the more I know, the less dangerous I am. Because I will, and I don't want to diagnose. I never wanted to diagnose. But the more I understood, look, this is normal, this is not, that's not necessarily common sense. I don't know what perfectly normal skin looks like for every single person in the world. So by seeing the things that it's like, ooh, that does look scary, by seeing those things and recognizing, oh yeah, I remember that scary thing, then that tells me, hey, I need to send that to a physician. I don't ever, nor would I ever want or recommend that any of our cosmetologists, estheticians, nail artists, whatever it be, diagnose. And I think that can be taught very strongly. You're not a doctor. I think, but knowledge is really helpful for me because then I know, ooh, yes, that is scary.
So do you guys both agree then, and I'm in agreement with you that there has to be some line we draw, but when you look at the textbooks, the way the textbooks are designed, the way that we're teaching it, the difference between a wheal and a vesicle and a pustule, it's an incredibly fine line between those things, and I'm not sure that they need to know exactly those things. They need to have resources. I'm not disagreeing with you. They need to have resources, and to be quite honest, sometimes Google is as good of a resource as a textbook that just keeps reprinting the same information over and over and over again. And, it also should not go without mentioning that the way we teach all of this, and I've brought this up to both the textbook manufacturers, is only on people with
pasty white skin like mine. There are no pictures of what it looks like of a diverse population in these textbooks. So if you happen to be working in an area where people don't look like me every single day that walk in, you won't even notice it. You won't even know what you're looking at because we aren't even teaching that. We aren't getting into those diverse populations. So maybe this is an area where instructors need to get more involved with what do they really need to know. Instead of letting the textbook dictate all these details that may not be important, what does somebody really need to know, and what does it look like on everybody, not just somebody that looks like me, right? And for those of you who can't see me, I'm as pale white as the wall that I'm standing against. So I think that we need to minimize this instead of, spending a lot of time in it, I guess what I would say.
Well,
I agree with you, because the welfare issue itself is that being able to be diverse and being more for all people. So if somebody walks into the salon or a spa and they say, they're not sorry, I'm sorry, for skin type, that's a welfare issue.
Yeah.
That's really unacceptable to say this. I agree with you. I think the time needs to be spent to teach the diversity and inclusion. Skin type, that is absolutely a welfare issue.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop us for a second. We've lost connection to the virtual meeting, and it's actually a requirement of state law that we stop until we reestablish this connection. So bear with us a second.
Technology.
Hi, for those who are online, apologize for dropping out of the meeting. We are going to kind of reestablish the connection. We paused as soon as we recognized we dropped out, which was just about a minute ago. So we're going to kind of reestablish the audio and then get started. So we were just taking a short break.
Yeah, man, let's see.
All right.
I never have done this candy bar.
Is it as good as you would call it? Pretty good.
Notice you moved it closer to an anchor.
We're going to become an Almond Joy fan again.
I'm good.
Candy makes me even on two and all of it.
How you doing? Yeah, Racing Cup's your favorite. Did you see the dang on Reese's cup pie that they were selling? Like $7, and they sell that like that. That's like holy
They're very lazy.
How many schools do you look at?
I was recently I've spent most of my time working in
How did curriculum, you know, how was it very
basically, we had to go through, we obviously have to make too much faster, where it is, and then we have to go through, there are a couple of things that get repeated, nothing gets repeated, so it's like, that has to go, kind of be combined. So, we hit most things, but not as well.
So do you use a Paul Mitchell textbook, use Milady?
We use Milady for our theory, but we have Paul Mitchell curriculum as well. So it's like our, well, we use Milady now, we're switching to the point for, but just our theory portion, and then we have specialty classes and courses
clinic classes.
And for those online, I think we've reestablished all the connections we need to. We're just taking a quick break while folks are grabbing their lunch, but we'll start up here in just a moment.
Instead of going through this kind of detail.
This is not my norm, trust me. And I didn't even see the chocolate down there. I just knew I didn't. I'm like, oh, there's chocolate. Look here.
What, relaxing?
Yeah.
I either teach this or this, and I don't have time to say go. So I kind of have to go through and figure out what's most.
I know my lady has a 1,000-hour curriculum that they run. I guess that's one does too.
Well, no, they don't. Their books are written for a $1,500 program. Basically, when you move to 1,000 hours, if you're utilizing their book, you just crunch it in less, or you skip certain things.
Yeah, I don't know where I got it from, but I have a copy of my lady curriculum for 1,000 hours. Very similar to what was used for the Texas high schools.
But I mean, this is much smarter because I would agree with her on, I don't need to know what .o is called.
Yeah.
I just need to know how to work with it. So, you know, there are pieces of our theory that are written on just, you know, like a basic going to med school biology type class. And that's not what I'm doing. I need it needs to be an asset to apply.
Would you like this back?
And maybe the other thing, people need to, need to adapt their tests.
All right, so we have reestablished our connection. So we will go ahead and jump back in, and what I'll go ahead and say is we're going to take a kind of working lunch, so feel free to go and grab some lunch, grab a snack as you're hungry. I do have one other question about the diseases and disorders of the skin and the skin conditions that I wanted to run by the panel, and I'm thinking about it maybe from the lens of an esthetician who is not necessarily going to attempt to diagnose a disease, but may have to change the type of treatment that they provide based on having a skin condition, such as, oh, they've got rosacea, they've got keratosis pilaris, and I need to do this service and not that service for this skin condition. How does that factor into your thinking about it? Because it's not just a question of do I service or not, do I refer to a doctor or not, it's do I need to change my service based on this presented condition?
That's really what your analysis and consultation are all about, is determining just because I set up an appointment for a specific service does not mean that that's what I need. And so, you know, if you're looking at my skin and saying, hey, based on what I'm seeing, you actually need this because of X, Y, and Z, you know, that's where that really good analysis comes into play.
And to piggyback on that, with your analysis, that's where you're going to determine whether it appears to be a disease or a disorder. Disorders we can treat, being careful with some things, but if it appears to be a disease, that's when we know to tell our students, refer them to a physician. You know, we can't treat that. And I think having pictures like we do, and my lady provides a lot of the pictures for that to see what a keloid looks like, which is something very common, but kids are not familiar with that, and they might just overlook it and go ahead and do that service, whereas being able to recognize that and say, this is what I see, I'm going to have to work around that, because they still can receive a service. So being able to differentiate between a disease that cannot be serviced and a simple disorder is very important. That's your health and safety, and it happens with the analysis and consultation.
And again, to the point of being very, very specific with the skin falling under the particular procedure, this is the part of the skin that you're analyzing, that you need to know the diseases and disorders, et cetera, nails, hair, scalp, you know, so.
Well, and keeping in mind too that even on a single person, your skin on different parts of your body is different.
Yes.
I mean, I love waxing. I will wax everything. Hairless legs are fabulous. But you put wax on my eyebrows, you're going to tear off my top layer of skin. It always happens. And I've had a ton of people, oh, it depends on what you do. Yeah, this is just what happens for me. So clearly, the skin on my face is very, very sensitive, where the rest of my person, maybe not so much.
All right, and Mr. Malua, it looks like you've gotten disconnected. We've got you back on. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, let's move on to the last topic in our general portion of curriculum, personal hygiene. So this was a 2-to-1 yes, and some of the yeses were maybe a little more ambivalent. One person said, but only as part of a very basic description of keeping their body clean to prevent pathogenic spread. Someone else said, yes, it's about not spreading diseases. Basics of hand washing with soap and water when appropriate should be covered in the sanitation, infection, and control section. One of the questions I have about this is it seemed to be that the no's largely fell into the we don't need to teach people how to put on deodorant was kind of the common example for personal hygiene. The yeses seem to say, well, this is maybe more about not transmitting diseases, washing your hands. If it is about that, not keep transmitting diseases, washing your hands part of things, would it be better to fit under our newly named infection control section rather than have a specific unit just about personal hygiene?
I would love for personal hygiene to be in infection control, because then people realize that it's like, if I don't shower for a week and I'm a heavy sweater and I'm giving you a facial and I'm sweating all over your business, like, that is a potential challenge. So for it to be in a place where it says, hey, this is a part of infection control, that gives it more merit, in my opinion. It's not just whether or not you think I stink. So sorry if I do. But it's about what this could do to your guest. So it makes it a lot more relevant.
Also, do you not have a rule about hand washing in Virginia? I recall that you do. So
We do.
The hand washing piece should be in that rules piece that should already have been discussed, right? It's a rule. So it's not even up for discussion whether you talk about that. It's part of your rules. The rest of it,
Okay. All right. It sounds like everybody's about on the same page. Is this as a standalone curriculum item? It's not worthwhile to keep.
No.
Okay.
We have to go. So good to see you guys.
Nice to see you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your work.
Thank you.
All right. So as an overview of those applied science courses, we've got your hours breakdown up on the screen, with the low being 0, high under 26, average almost 40, and median almost 30. So it looks like for the average and median, it's about a week of the program. All right, so from here, we're going to get into the profession-specific items, and I expect we'll pick up the pace because there's a lot of agreement other than just the very specific hours amount. But not always, and we do have some questions to flush out. So nail theory and composition is the first one. Everybody said yes. We did have one suggestion that all the nail topics, so that this and the next two areas should be just combined into one course and just have just one nail course. Everyone agreed training is the least restrictive way to mitigate the harm. The range was pretty big, 4 to 100. The average was 23.5, and the median was 12.5. So the cluster was really around that like 10 to 15 hour range. For the procedure, so if you think about this as just theory, then we get into the actual procedures and the doing of the manicuring and pedicuring and extensions. 100% yes. This should be taught. 100%. This is training is the least restrictive way. The range was 0 again to 80, with the average and the median both being right at 40 hours for that. And just so the panelists, especially those coming from out of state, have some background, we have in Virginia a nail technician license, and that program is in total 150 hours. So then the last part of the manicuring and pedicuring is electric filing. And everybody agreed, yes, this should be taught, yes, in the class, in school. And the hours range was 1 to 20, with the average being 11 and the median 8. So that is the manicuring and pedicuring part. So one of the things, and I'll stop right here to just explain one of the concepts that the board has been really looking at, which is something called stackable credentials. And the idea behind the stackable credential is that rather than if somebody wants to get multiple licenses in Virginia, you have to go to nail school and then go back and do 150 hours of nail school. And then, well, I want to become an esthetician. So now you have to do 600 hours of aesthetics. I want to be a cosmetologist. You have to do 1,500 hours of cosmetology. Design the curriculum so that the common pieces are common through all the classes and all the programs, so that you don't have to repeat content as you move from program to program. And the licenses build on each other or stack on each other, so that since cosmetology is the 4 professions tied in together, have each one of those be able to build together in whatever combination. And the goal there would be to just reduce the need for students to repeat content, make it a little easier to progress through the profession. So that's why we had these general courses grouped together at the beginning. And when you look at the core courses, the general courses that would be, let's say, common to all the professions, this panel recommended, and you can see on your handout, the average was 160 hours. The median was 95 hours. When you combine that with the nail portion, that would be your nail license, your new nail license under this model, if the board went with it. And so the hours under the median recommended would still be 150 hours. And I thought that was very interesting, that we still got to the same place on hours for nails. Now, Virginia is very low compared to all the other states that regulate nails. There's some, a lot that are around 300, some that are at 600. So Virginia already being at the low end for nails, it looks like this panel agreed that's about right for nails. So just wanted to give you a little bit of background on that. All right, moving into skin. All but one said, yes, the skin analysis and consultations is a needed component for health and safety. And I feel like we had a pretty good conversation about this item earlier, about this is the starting block of all the profession-specific ones to get into that. So I won't necessarily spend a lot of time on this other than to point out the hours range. The average was 16 or almost 17, and the median was 5.5. If this was a profession-specific topic for skincare, skin analysis, because there's such a big gap between the average and the median, I'm curious to hear from those that have been teaching some of these topics, how much time do you spend on the theory, this is how you do a consult and analysis part? So excluding every service we're going to do this part, exclude that part and just say this is the theory component.
I'm not a skin expert. I will openly admit that. So I tapped into my skin expert. So whatever I put on that survey is exactly what she does already. So.
Okay, great.
We probably do, I'm going to say anywhere from 7 to 8 hours covering skin analysis and consultations and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we'll keep going. The next area is effleurage, where all but one said yes. There's potential for the yeses, damage to skin potential. You can actually do more harm than good. You can severely injure a client with the wrong massage techniques. The average here was 13 hours. The median was 5. And I'm going to move through some of these pretty quickly. If you want to stop and talk about them, we can. Cleansing procedures. All but one said yes. One of the yeses said yes, but minimal training. Mainly injury to the eye area and discomfort to the skin. If the items and supplies are not properly cleaned or sanitized, disinfected, then cross-contamination can occur. You also need to know the correct cleanser for each type of skin. And you can see the averages there, and the median, 6.5 for the average, and the median was 3.5. For masks, we've got all but one said yes, there's a health safety concern here. And some of the explanations have to do with masks should be chosen by skin type. There's a temperature concern with some of the thermal masks, can cause burns or scarring if not done correctly. For the no on this said the specific product types should be determined through the previous assessment, and product labels should always be followed. And the way I read that is essentially follow the product label instructions. And if you're doing that, you don't need specific instructions on this service. So again, you can see the averages there are 9.5 and the median are 4.5 hours. Extraction techniques. Everybody agreed, yes, there is a risk of public harm on this one. Although one person said minimal amount of harm, we've got a number of different infection control concerns there. Everyone agreed training is the least restrictive way to mitigate the risk. The average hours on this was 8.5 and the median was 5.5. Now, one question that I have for the folks that were filling out the surveys, let's say with effleurage, masks, and extraction techniques. With these topics, were you thinking this is the sit in a classroom listening to lecture component? This is the total, including performing these services in the lab part. Because this was a part that I was curious if these hours are including all the services they would need to master this, or not master, but be minimally competent. Does your hour recommendation include that?
Mine includes the classroom and the minimal procedure practice.
Okay.
Mine did too. I think somebody back in the previous sections talked about students being kinesthetic learners. And so to me, sitting and talking to someone for 4 hours about a mask is really wasted time. They need to see it and watch it and see one, do one, teach one, that whole theory. So mine did include hours, or practical hours.
Okay.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, and I was assuming that, but I just wanted to ask to get it kind of on the record. That's where we were at. Okay, so the next item, machines, equipment, and electricity. All but one said, yes, there's a health safety concern here, and this has to do with the harm of the electrical equipment, the physical injury from the cord, and being able to address emerging technologies in the curriculum. The no said no, only harm that can come would be in not knowing the proper use of each item. Again, in a 3-to-1 ratio, people said yes, classroom training is the least restrictive way to mitigate the harm on this one. And for the skin cares that you use for machines, equipment, and electricity, the average was 13 hours, and the median was 5.5. I'm a little curious. To me, this seems like a very broad topic, and I'm curious when you all are going over the kinds of skincare procedures that you can use with machines or electricity. Does the textbook get into what these specific things are? Is this would you read this or understand this to be a catch-all for whatever the latest machines that are being used? Or am I, because I'm not a practitioner, missing that? No, this means these 5 different devices.
I mean, I believe that this tends to be more general because, I mean, machines are constantly rotating in and out of not only use, but also production. And so, you know, if they get a foundation of here's generally the machines, but there's always new things coming out that they're going to have to learn, you know, the specific techniques specific to that machine.
Okay.
Also, back to manufacturers, right? I mean, if somebody graduates from cosmetology school today and is using a specific piece of equipment they learned, to your point, in school, and then they go work somewhere where that equipment is not available, I mean, to me, that is one of the biggest safety rules, is that everybody maintain the product manuals for the, you know, in the salon for the equipment that they're using, so that a new person can actually read how the manufacturer has instructed them to use it, because it's not possible for the schools to know what they might see out there, because to your point, they change every day, you know. So.
All right, next item. Manual facials and treatments. So all but one said yes. There's safety concerns here. Looks like infection control and product reaction were kind of the big ones there, and then some possible physical injury. We had someone that said maybe. It would depend on the types of treatments. For a basic facial, no. And for a facial that uses any type of chemical, yes. Was training the least restrictive way to mitigate? All but one said yes. The average hours for manual facials and treatments was 12, and the median was 5.5. So we have a separate category for machine electrical facials and treatments, and everyone said yes. There's public harm involved in these. Damage to the client's skin, injury due to improper use or technique, and everybody agreed training was the least restrictive way. The average training was 14 hours here, and the median was just over 6 hours. So general procedures and safety measures. So we had 5 to 3 said yes, and concerns about all kinds of injuries that could happen. And then we had some people say, no, this is too vague to comment on. Obviously, safety is important, but what specifically are we talking about? And I think that is a very good question. And one of the things that I think that would be beneficial here is for either the board to clarify what exactly they mean by general procedures and safety measures, or to just consolidate this into some of the other categories. So a lot of our stakeholders here in person are from out of state. Yeah, go ahead.
What if we have infection control, we have chemical safety, what if we have electrical safety, which would include a lot of these pieces of equipment? Because a lot of what you're putting in here on the yes has to do with electricity being used. I don't know, but I was the person who said it was too vague, because it was too vague. I didn't know what was under that, and I didn't know where to even look to see what was under that.
Well, and your safety procedures really should be with every single thing that you teach. Every procedure has safety protocol that needs to go along with it. And so it's hard to do a hey, here's the general protocols that'll work for everything, because that's not necessarily the case. But having it happen with each treatment seems more effective.
Yeah.
Do you think that the numbers we built in for these other things have enough hours to include that safety portion?
They should, because that should be happening in those. I mean, really, and like I said, I worked with my expert. She even spoke to this. She's like, this should be happening throughout, and this really could just be a very brief overview of, hey, remember, let's review, here's some of the safety things. She's like, but really, if you're doing in-depth training on your procedures, the safety should be a part of that always.
Mm-hmm. So what I may go ahead and do, I'll direct this to Mr. Roberts, our board chair, is between today and the board meeting, I'm going to reach out to a few aesthetic schools and have them describe exactly what they're teaching under this curriculum item. And it sounds like the panel is in agreement. If this is really applying to everything else we've just talked about, then it should be part of that. If it's meant to be more of an electrical safety thing, maybe have that as its own course. But if it is something actually very unique and different than all these things, I'll be able to share that with the board, and that can factor into their decision making. Does that sound all right as a path forward?
I guess my question on that would be, we're looking at the cosmetology license in general here, correct? So I would think it would make more sense to speak to that, to the actual cosmetology course instead of the skin course.
And so as background on why I said aesthetic schools, this, right now, the skin curriculum in the current cosmetology regulations is very vague. The curriculum that you looked at is actually our aesthetics curriculum. It's the curriculum for the aesthetic school. And that's because our board's committee on training had said, we need to unify the cosmetology curriculum with the aesthetics curriculum. And so they said, let's use the aesthetics curriculum as the template to get cosmetology back on the same page, since it's the same scope of practice. They should be learning the same things. So that's why I was thinking aesthetic schools, because the aesthetic schools have been teaching this item since 2005, 2006, and versus the cosmetology schools that would not have necessarily had an item with this name. Their structure was a little bit different.
Okay, so we haven't accomplished that yet. We've just had that discussion.
Right. So this was the recommendation of the training committee.
Gotcha. Okay.
To use this model, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yes, that would make sense.
Okay. So we'll leave kind of a big question mark by that one for now. All right, so here is the summary for the skincare portion. And so you can see the low is 8, high is 440. The average was about 110, and the median or middle number was about 48 hours. And so now we'll move into makeup. So this is still under kind of what falls under aesthetics, but skincare makeup portion of the curriculum. 3 to 1 said, yes, there is a health safety concern here with setup, supplies, and implements that mainly seem concerned with cross-contamination and risk of physical injury. And same percentage, 3 to 1 said, yes, this is the least, training is the least restrictive means. They said 3 to 4 hours for the training on setup, supplies, and implements. Does that average kind of match when you're thinking of, when you're in the cosmetology programs, when you're teaching makeup? Is that about how much training you do? For those who are teaching this, how much time do you spend just on the setup and supplies and implements for makeup?
4 hours sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds about right. You consider making sure that everything is set up properly, it's disinfected, and then going to practice. The 4 hours sounds right to me.
Okay. So, and we had some nods of agreement, for those participating virtually, that 4 hours sounded about right. The next topic under makeup is color theory, and all but one said, no, there is no health safety risk teaching color theory. And the yes said, yes, understanding makeup color theory is important to be able to serve the equity and inclusion and diverse initiatives taken by the state. A lack of knowledge of this topic may lead professionals to only feel comfortable to service clients of their own skin tone because that is all they know, which can be a major potential harm to the welfare of the Commonwealth. So for the color theory, the main reason, the safety concern is really focused more on the welfare and the servicing different skin tones portion of that. So the average was 1.5 hours. The median was half an hour of training on this. So it doesn't sound like there's a specific safety in this issue that's involved in color theory. It's really just that welfare component of servicing, being able to service diverse clients. For the makeup consultation, we had a 5-to-1 that said, no, there's no health safety risk in the consultation. Now, you're probably starting to notice a theme for these makeup courses. There's a lot of no's, and to give, especially those who are coming from out of state, some background, in Virginia, makeup falls under aesthetics, except there's a statutory exemption that says people that are providing makeup services or services ancillary to makeup do not need to have a license. So it's aesthetics, but it's exempt from licensure. So our state legislature has kind of agreed with the panel that there's actually not enough health safety risk involved in applying makeup to necessitate a license. If that helps, some feedback there. So on the consultation, again, health safety concerns, 5-3 no, and the same with is training the least restrictive way. Just maybe to go back and say what were, for the folks that said yes, there is a health safety concern, it was mainly involving disease transmission and possibly allergic reactions seem to be the thrust of the safety concerns.
I would not allow someone to put makeup on me who was not trained.
Okay.
I just wouldn't. It is, and I am a risk taker, but that is a risk I would not take.
Yeah.
I think the hard thing is the model you're up against is Sephora and Ulta, where everyone can go and stick their hands in everything. The lady at Macy's who, I have no idea what education she has, and she's putting makeup all over me. So I think that's what you're up against in this section. The other thing you're up against is safely using brushes. There's no good answer for makeup brushes. There's literally no good answer. They cannot be properly disinfected every single time, other than separating out makeup and putting it on a palette. There's really no good answer for it. So it's
the good answer is separating out the makeup.
That is the good answer.
And if you were not doing that when you're doing my makeup, you are no longer doing my makeup.
Yeah. But if you don't license it, I don't know how you make a case for requiring the education in it either, though. I mean, I agree with her. No one's putting makeup on me that's been sticking their hands everywhere else, or, you know, but that's a really hard thing to even teach the public. It's hard to educate the public that that's not okay when Macy's says it's okay, you know, so.
And if I visit Macy's or Sephora, you might put it on the back of my hand, but that's not going anywhere near my face.
Thank you. So good comments. Trying to get these written down here. Yeah, and honestly, it is that makeup counter exemption is really what it was put in there for. And it's interesting that rather than take it out of the definition, they left it as part of aesthetics, but it's also exempt. So there is that sort of tension that, yeah, it is aesthetics, but you don't need a license to do it. All right, so we've been talking about the consultation, the makeup consultation hours. The average was 2, and the median was 1. And I don't know, for those who are teaching this, Does that sound about right? How much time are you spending on the makeup?
Very minimal, actually, on the makeup portion of it. We find a lot of kids come already with that knowledge of how to apply it. So the procedure part of it, we really don't spend a lot of time. We show them different eye types and how to use it, but what we do teach is, and we order the disposable wands, lip brushes, eyeshadow palettes. They have to use those disposable. Right. We do teach that. You never use someone's mascara right out of the container. If you practice with eyeshadow, use the brush, that kind of thing. So, but what's about an hour of that is what we spend.
Okay. Okay, great. General and special occasion application. Here we have the numbers flip, and now we got 5 to 3. Yes, there is a health safety concern. All of them involve infection control, and it's probably that brush sharing issue. And so you see that the hours there are the average was 3 and the median was 2. Separately, they've got camouflage, makeup camouflage, and again that we flip back to no, 5 to 3 no against it, but the yeses were again concerned about infection control. And the camouflage also had this unique aspect of psychological harm. I mean, I expect the camouflage is mainly meant to cover up things that people feel self-conscious about. So I guess if you do that poorly, that could result in psychological harm, I think is the point that they're trying to make. But for the camouflage, you can see the average is 1.75 hours and the median is 1. Application of false lashes and lash extensions. Everybody agreed there's a health safety concern here. And just to give a little bit of background, in Virginia, the board has made a distinction between the strip or bundle extensions that you basically glue to your eyelid, and they've said that's a makeup service, and they don't really, for their purposes, they throw that into the ancillary to makeup services that's exempt from licensure. But the actual individual strand extensions, that's what requires the aesthetics license for these eyelash extensions. So it looks like the average and the median were at 10 on there. Does that sound about right when you think about the risk, or for those that are teaching eyelash extensions? Is that about where you're at with those?
For us in the public school, I'm not an esthetician, so I can't probably speak on that as well. We basically have someone come in from Amazing Lash and give a presentation, and students that are interested, we take it from there. So we don't do even 10 hours of that.
Okay. But it sounds like you're also not actually even teaching them the individual eyelash extension. Okay.
When we've done lash extension class, it's 2 intense 8-hour days. And you're actually doing it, because this is one of those things that if you don't do it well, you are having potential to cause harm. You have to do it well.
I 100% agree. I mean, your eyeballs are not forgiving.
No, there's not a minimal standard. The minimal standard should be a really high standard on these.
You're putting chemicals, adhesives, sharp objects by people's eyeballs, and to me, this is an area, we need to spend the time.
Yeah. And I mean, the glue itself, something as simple as turn your body away from their face while you refill your glue, because if you were to spill that glue, you glue their eyes shut for heaven only knows how long, because there's not anything that takes it off. It's just time.
Or knowing the right adhesive to use.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's a lot of injury in this field, and that is a place I would like them to spend time. Because it seems simple and it's just not.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next item is lash and eyebrow tinting. And everyone agreed, yes, there's harm here, chemical burns to the skin and the eyes being the main ones. And here, the hours are a little bit lower. The average was 7.25, and the median was 4.5. Lash perming. All but one, yes. Interestingly, one of the yeses said this should not be in the curriculum. And I think they mean that at all. Like, this is too risky to even be doing at all. And obviously, there's risk of chemicals in the eyes, physical injury, etc. So for the hours here, the average and the median ended up at 6. And again, some of the zeros said this should be removed from the Cosmo scope of practice, which would require a change in the law to pull this out of the scope of practice. But I wanted to point that out because the averages incorporate the zeros who are saying too dangerous to even do it all. So the range would be higher if you just remove those answers from the data. Is anybody here teaching this procedure?
We've had it as a standalone class, but we haven't had it in the actual program.
Okay.
It's not allowed in most states, tinting or perming of the eyelashes, most states don't allow it. So whoever put shouldn't be in the practice, in the scope of practice, probably comes from one of those states. I didn't write it, not me.
Yeah. Okay. Lightening the hair on the body. So this is, again, still part of our makeup component. All but one said yes, there's risks of bodily injury, burning the skin, allergic reactions, infection, etc. So kind of full spectrum, all the things can happen with this procedure. One person said, no, when the products are made, let me read this, when products made for this are used and manufacturer's instructions followed, there's no risk of the health safety. So essentially following the manufacturer's instructions would mitigate the need to do actual training on this. The average hours were a little over 4 and the median were 3 for this. All right, then we have this, again, the general procedures and safety measures component. And again, this is something that commonly shows up in the aesthetics curriculum that a common complaint was this is too vague. What is actually being taught under this topic? So that's something that, again, we'll reach out to the aesthetic schools and find out exactly how they've been interpreting this requirement. Okay, so here's the breakdown for the makeup portion. We've got an average of, and that's including lash extensions, eyebrow tinting, etc. Average of 40 hours and a median of 32. All right, still under skincare, body treatments. And we've got a general category of body treatments where 5 to 3 said yes. You've got risks of product reaction, improper massage movements during body treatments, various chemicals. And on the no side, we said when manufacturer guidelines are followed, including contraindications. So for our hours, we've got just over 7 as the average and a median of 4. For body wraps, we've got that kind of 5 to 3 yes breakdown. One of the yeses states that all of these body treatments should be combined. So we've got, if you look at your course handout, we've got a section on body treatments, body wraps, body masks, and body scrubs. And so we have a recommendation to say, well, just put all those into one course. Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Okay.
Yeah, so many of them are done together anyway.
Would that course be called body treatments?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that brings us then to aromatherapy. Now, I have a threshold question on this, and I am not a practitioner, so I need practitioners to clarify this for me. in Virginia, a cosmetic treatment is defined as a cosmetic treatment to enhance or improve the appearance of the skin. I had to look up what aromatherapy is to help answer that question for me. And I have the Milady's textbook, and it's just one textbook provider. I know there are multiple textbook providers, but this is how they define aromatherapy. Aromatherapy is an ancient healing practice using essential oils and aromas from plants to treat the body, mind, and spirit. The plant components have medicinal and healing properties. The practice is used therapeutically for physical ailments or for mental balancing. Essential oils can affect the brain and emotions. The psychological benefits from essential oils depend on the oils chosen. Aromatherapy incorporated in aesthetic service can make a treatment more relaxing and effective. So, is this a treatment of the skin? And I guess my question is this aesthetics, or cosmetology, or is this something that has to do with either healing something that's wrong, which would be practice medicine, or enhancing the enjoyment of a service?
It actually has dual benefits.
Yeah.
But the oils do help with product penetration and other things. So, I mean, it is a skin treatment, even though it's stated the way that it is. But I mean, it does have the other properties when it comes to diffused in the air and, so.
Okay. Yeah, so the yeses on this, so there's a 50-50 split on aromatherapy. And the yeses said, and this was consistently, like everybody said the same thing, that some of these oils can be harmful to people when applied to the skin. Examples, black pepper can cause miscarriages in some women. That's a pretty big harm. So I certainly, like, that's a compelling health safety risk. But the question is, in my mind, and I'll probably bring it up at the board meeting again too, if it's not a cosmetic treatment to enhance or improve the appearance of the skin, then it's not in the scope. It still has a very real health safety risk, but it may not be within the scope of the license itself. So that's where we're at. Half people said no health safety risk. Half said yes, concerned about how these oils interact with the skin. But the training requirements, 1.75 to 1 hour. So not a lot of training on that. For those that do train on aromatherapy, how much time in the classroom are you spending? Obviously, the zeros on this are going to pull the numbers down. For those that are teaching it, how much are you spending?
It depends on really, I guess, what you do with that particular topic or procedure. If you're going to teach on the theory aspect of it, that's about right on the theory part of it, because you do have to get into the charts and you have to get into the combination and the understanding of all the different oils. And then the application piece of it, or the practical application, it would be twice that. So, I mean, it could easily be 6 hours. That's if you are going to give some focus to it. It's one of those procedures that some schools spend more time with it, some don't do anything with it. So, it really depends.
I make a comment that when I looked at aromatherapy, I thought exactly what's in the textbook, and it does in the textbook make it sound like it's a healing property, like almost a medical field thing. I don't know how we only give 3 hours, let's say, of training in a category where it says something can cause a miscarriage. Like, it's either a big deal or it's not a big deal, right? Like, so if it is a big deal and everyone needs to know how to use it, maybe it's a standalone certification. If everyone really needs to know how to use it because you could cause a miscarriage, for God's sake, then that doesn't seem like enough to me. I mean, I'm sorry, but that seems like a really minimal amount if you can do that much damage. So, and I don't know if you can or you can't. I mean, I don't know who wrote that, but
well, the same could be said too when it comes to massage techniques, when it comes to pedicure. As far as inducing labor and so forth.
Clots to be thrown when you do a pedicure, right? By massaging incorrectly. So, but I mean, I just feel like that's a really small number for the ability to harm somebody that severely. And so, I don't know what the answer is, but it's striking to me that.
But that is part of the theory aspect of it is really understanding the properties of each oil before they do anything with any of it, and the combinations.
Like how many oils are we talking? Like how many different kinds?
Oh, there's lots.
Yeah, there are a
Like
lot.
over 100?
No,
Over 50?
close.
So we're going to give them not that many hours to learn the risks. They haven't even learned the benefits, just the risks of those 50 oils on a human. And that makes me a little nervous. I don't know much about aromatherapy. So I'm just saying, just from a bystander's viewpoint, that makes me a little anxious.
Yeah, me too. Not knowing anything about aromatherapy.
Yeah.
I had to look it up.
I mean, because if you read it in the textbook, it sounds like it's either just, oh, I want to feel good about my service, or I'm fixing something, I'm healing something with it. It doesn't sound like what you said, which I'm sure you know what you're talking about, but it doesn't sound like it in the textbook. It sounds like a healing thing, and a healing thing that could go wrong, apparently, really easily.
And to your point, you have some textbooks similar to the one that you just looked at that really don't go into it very much at all. Again, back to the schools that don't do much with it all. You have other textbooks that are very detailed about all the oils, all of the risks, all of the benefits, all of the combinations. I mean, it's charted and lots of detailed information. So, that goes to the curriculum or, that particular school when it comes to that topic. So yes, I agree with you. It should be definitely more than what's up there on the screen, and I don't know how we would really look at that when it comes to oversight.
So
The thing is, because you allow every cosmetologist to perform a full scope from an esthetician, it muddies this water right in the cosmetology world. Because what I'd ideally like to say is, well, then that shouldn't be included in the scope of a cosmetologist, because they can't possibly remember all of that on top of hair and waxing and everything else. They can't possibly be asked to be that much of a jack of all trades, master of none. This sounds to me like you have to kind of have mastery over that.
Well,
Can anybody order the aromatherapy stuff off Amazon.com?
that is true.
Yeah.
But they're not paying someone to apply it to them. That's the thing. That's where, that's the argument on hair color. I can go buy hair color and hurt myself. But when I'm paying someone to put it on me, I'm paying them to have the knowledge of how it works on me. So to me, this is something that belongs in aesthetics only scope. It does not belong in cosmetology, but since we don't have that option.
Well, in all fairness, when we're looking at the general cosmetology license, even when you break down the nails, the skin, and the different portions, we are already, even though we're looking at what we're looking at, for them to be a master of the different sections, they need more training than what's here, in the way of time, in the way of procedure practice, but to meet minimum guidelines as far as them receiving their license and for them to be minimally competent, that's what this discussion is about. And that is a piece that, which there are several pieces here, that when you really look at the piece, you really could say the same thing.
And to Steve's point, is this a cosmetic treatment that really does enhance or improve the appearance of skin?
Well, if you've ever used frankincense oil on your skin, the answer is yes. That stuff's fantastic.
So it should belong in.
And also too, to the point of pedicures. Peppermint oil really does integrate the skin. So when you're finished with that pedicure, not only is your skin appearance better and the whole treatment, but your overall feeling of your feet, you walk away with a better feeling, a more invigorated,
So when you purchase the oil, are the risks, like when you purchase the black pepper oil, does it say on there, caution, this is known to cause miscarriages or something like that? Is that something where are the risks that are associated with these oils something that if you just train them to read the product labels, that's how you do this?
The bottles are usually about this big. There's not a lot of words that go on those product labels. So when you purchase it, I mean, it's kind of like vitamins versus prescription drugs.
Right.
I mean, vitamins, I can go buy whatever I want, anytime, anywhere. It may or may not be good for me. I think oils are similar because of it's more natural scope.
Yeah.
There's not the same oversight. And even the labeling, no, it would be hard to find what it's going to have a challenge with. And even some oils can be ingested, some can't. Like, you really would need to do some additional research to know what you're doing.
I didn't even know there was a black pepper. I didn't. Okay, I didn't know there was a black pepper.
I have friends who love their oils, so I'm learning all kinds of things that I didn't know I ever needed to know.
I know lavender helps me go to sleep at night.
Yes, very common.
Okay, so, staff will do some more research into this.
Okay.
And try to have, more educated response about what the options are for the board on this topic. Okay, so then, our last item in the, skin portion of the curriculum, again, having to do with body treatments, is this general procedures and safety measures. And that's that one that a lot of people are saying, well, it's too vague. What are we talking about here? And again, I'll just say, we'll reach out to the aesthetic schools to see how they were interpreting that, and bring that back to the board. All right, so then for our body treatment portion, you can see the hours breakdown, not a lot of hours in this. Now we'll move into hair removal. We call it a wax technician license, but it covers a little bit more than wax. So we've got a few curriculum item topics here. Is there health safety concerns? We have 5 to 2 to 1 to 1 responses on this. We were all over the place. For the yeses, general safety of the clients. Improper technique can cause skin irritation and infection. Yes, if hair removal is performed improperly, skin can also be removed, creating lesions, etc. No, just talking about the types of hair removal causes no harm. Maybe, very unsure on the actual topic on this one. If it is a comparison of removal techniques, then yes, they would avoid potential injury by knowing the various methods. And one person says, remove. Limiting the scope of, by removing waxing would be the easiest way to reduce hours. So essentially deregulate waxing entirely. So what's the panel's thought on deregulating waxing?
I'm slightly horrified.
Yeah.
Are they saying deregulate it, or are they saying don't let them do it? Removing it from the scope like you can't do it?
It was not clear. I interpreted that to mean deregulate it, but maybe you're saying take it out of cosmetology so that only wax technicians could do it.
Yeah, the way I read it was take it out of their scope as a cosmetology license, but I didn't write it, so I don't know.
Okay. So this would, in theory, if you took it out of the scope of cosmetology, it means they would not be able to do like eyebrow waxing, which I know is a common procedure that's in a lot of salons.
If that's the same person, it says limit waxing to the areas that can be waxed with shampooable, so eyebrows would be included in that.
Gotcha. Any thoughts about that suggestion?
Yeah. How role with the already cosmetologists that were trained on waxing? So if we were, this is going to be like a legislation type change, right? So how would that work out with cosmetologists to say you can't take that, you know, this topic from my scope of practice because I've been doing it for 20 years? I mean, what happens with that? It's a master cosmetologist.
Yeah, that makes it hard to change. I mean, that's the issue that makes it hard to change the scope of practice, is everyone would show up to the General Assembly and say, you're taking away my ability to make a living kind of response. Yeah.
We have A as types of hair removal and then B as wax types. Then we go into tweezing, chemical hair removal, mechanical hair removal. Should C, D, and E, well, should B, C, D, and E, not with the word types next to wax, but should wax, tweezing, chemical, and mechanical be under types of hair removal? And then have just a separate one that just says wax, like types, under, you know, subset under wax, right? Because isn't types of hair removal those four things?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and that's a great question. That brings us maybe, a question I was going to ask at the end, but we should probably do it now. So up on the screen, I've got all the different portions of this. I think in this instance, the general procedures and safety measures, you'll notice there's actually not a section in here for like actually learning how to do the hair removal. And I think that the general procedures and safety measures is where folks are actually learning to do the wax as opposed to the tweezing or the chemical or the mechanical. And so I'm curious from a big picture perspective, does this whole section need to be reordered and reorganized in a way that makes a little more sense?
So are you suggesting, like, if we put types of hair removal, and that included tweezing, chemical hair removal, wax, tweezing, chemical hair removal, and mechanical hair removal, as a theory discussion? These are the different things you could do, and here's the ways that they could happen. Here's the types of wax you could use. That would be all the theory, and then the general procedures and safety measures would be the practical application of those different techniques. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying I think that's what this is trying to do right now. But the question would be, would it be better to reorient that so that, let's say you just have 4 topics: waxing, tweezing, chemical hair removal, mechanical hair removal. And that encompasses the theory for that and the practical for that.
That makes total sense.
That makes sense.
That makes total sense. And instead of it being wax types, it would just be waxing, because we want to include all the contraindications to waxing.
Yeah, correct. The other thing that you'll notice appears to be missing from this is threading. Now we have typically said, because it is a hair removal service, we've said it is functionally equivalent to tweezing, the grasping and pulling individual hairs. Would it be appropriate to, if threading is going to be explicitly incorporated into this, would it be better to have that as its own topic, say, or combined with tweezing, threading and tweezing as its own topic? Or would you all, as the panel, say threading shouldn't be part of this at all?
Teach threading?
We don't teach aesthetics like that, so we don't teach threading. I haven't.
My impression is that schools don't teach threading. Did you find it in the curriculum? I don't know that it's even in there.
It's in the Milady's books. I haven't looked through the pivot point books to say one way or the other. And we do have our wax schools. So in Virginia, we're actually, I think, the only state that has a wax technician license. And we have waxing schools, and a number of the waxing schools incorporate threading. It's not, obviously, this is the wax curriculum that they have to get approved, so it's not explicitly listed. Again, it is in their hair removal techniques book. From the board's perspective, we want to just make it explicit. I mean, from a technical point of view, it is a type of hair removal.
And they are doing it, so.
And they're doing it.
It should be in there. This is a dumb question, but how is mechanical hair removal different from tweezing? What other mechanical?
I was gonna ask what exactly would fall under mechanical.
Yeah, isn't that mechanical hair removal?
So my understanding is that this is like a reference to epilator. And I don't know if that, from a practitioner point of view, if that's a mechanical device or if it's just, oh, that's just tweezing.
It's tweezing on a larger scale.
What was that?
I said it's tweezing on a larger scale because it takes a lot more out at once.
Are there any other mechanical hair removal techniques beyond the epilator?
Well, what would electrolysis fit under?
Electrolysis is not regulated in Virginia.
Interesting.
When they were bringing in the aesthetics license, the original bill was to regulate both electrolysis and aesthetics, and it got the electrolysis during the legislation process got pulled out. So it is unregulated.
That makes me just a little nervous too. That is a device that can cause harm.
So any other thoughts on maybe a way to include threading or having the epilator be a standalone as a mechanical hair removal? In theory, if you have that as a standalone category, right now the epilator is the only device. If there are new devices introduced, there's sort of a category to handle that.
I think the big thing is with threading is, I mean, when it first showed up on the scene, you would often see a gal with a thread in her mouth, and that's just not okay. So I think that would be the big thing, is what not to do, in my opinion.
I do think, though, that they had to add it if they're doing it, you know, and they're allowed to do it. That needs to be somewhere that they're being taught on. Where are we end up putting that?
I agree.
Okay. Well, we don't have to solve that here. As the board can solve that dilemma, where to put it. But it sounds like there's general consensus to include threading. Okay, we've made it to hair, our last module. And again, I think we're going to be able to move quickly. It's 12:30. If you hadn't had a chance already, feel free to go grab some lunch. And yeah.
Just so you know, the food is from Meza, which is kind of like Kava. So you kind of make your bowl or whatever. It's Mediterranean food. So I just didn't want you to go over this. It's like, what is all this?
What the heck is this?
There's falafel and chicken, and you can go on. Thank you.
It is very tasty.
All right, we'll take just a 2-minute break while folks are heading over and grabbing their lunches.
That's very generous, Steve.
Yeah, I love that. It's totally so happy that there's watch this. Yeah, these are They make holes. You know what? It's like Chipotle with Mediterranean fish. It's like Mediterranean people. That's exactly. That's Mediterranean people. That's Rita. Oh, no, I did get me but it is Barbers. I tell them to go off. I think you'll like it. You don't. Put it in that. Was it human? You mean hummus? We call it hummus now. I'm sure I'm friendship. Do that. Yeah. We had a it was on her. We gotta look at that guy.
Whoever was in charge of lunch, thank you.
That would be Amy.
This is lovely. I'm like, ooh, veggies. I'm so happy right now.
I figured there was enough vegetarian options in that bread.
I like my protein too, but
Right?
I think you are correct.
Usually when somebody takes this, and it's solid, the hand sandwich. Steve, thank you for not getting Subway. Only meal I'm eating today, it better be a good one.
I'll say Amy picked out
Subway at the airport later.
No, I've been to so many meetings where it's like, oh, really? Come on now.
No, I'm usually thrilled when there's something other than pasta.
Hmm.
And I like pasta. I just don't want it to be my full meal.
Mhm. This is delicious. Whoever ordered it is an A+.
And that was Amy.
So good.
Yeah, well, thank Amy. If it was left to me, it probably would have been Costco pizza. So, you know.
I actually enjoy Costco pizza. My daughter's favorite. If she's gonna have pizza, she wants it from Costco, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
I just can't bear the parking lot at Costco for anything other than a major shopping trip. Like, people who come in just to get milk and they're in line with me with just their milk, I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Right?
You're not saving that much money on just that milk to make it worth this chaos. To commend you on the assignments. It really, the way you split them up, really forced you to look at each one thing, not to get too hung up on where you were ending up at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that, the question of how to approach this, you know, one of the things that I wanted to do is let everybody just kind of come with their thoughts about each of these items, and I'll wait till Gordon gets back, because I had kind of a broader point that I was planning on bringing up a little bit later about why approach the assignment this way, as opposed to alternative ways of looking at cosmetology hours.
My husband doesn't like to hear too.
Well, when I was growing up, if I did not keep my lips,
Oh, yeah, right now.
just chewing at the table.
Doesn't like to hear.
So we're just follow everything home.
Airport now. That's carry on. If I'm at the airport by, I think my flight's at 3:30. If I'm at the airport by, the flight board's at 3. I'm at the airport by 2, I'm happy. And I'll be fine leaving here at 1:30 to get to the airport, right? Yeah.
And yeah, I think we'll be done by then, or if you need to take off.
I am not an early arriver at the airport. It catches me every once in a while, but I'm not. an early arrival.
Steve, I love how you divided up our answers, how we can actually see, so like, how in the world is she gonna pull all this data together for us to see? And it's so helpful to see it like this.
Well, good. I'm glad it's helpful for you.
Mm-hmm. My biggest panic was when I went back in and I couldn't see my answers. I'm, oh my God, what have I done wrong? You know, I don't see my answers.
Oh, by the way, Steve, my computer kicked me out one time, completely kicked me out. And I went back and it repopulated everything. So I guess you can leave and come back.
Oh,
It knew who I was, and when I came back in, everything got repopulated. I was like, wow.
Without resubmitting?
No,
submitting first?
my
Wow.
Wi-Fi dropped, so I completely lost the connection. And I didn't go back for like 2 days, so I was like, I don't have time to do this. And when I went back, it was all still there.
Yeah, it was hit or miss for people, because I could see every time that you submitted, it was a new entry for my data purposes. And for some people, it copied over their answers, so I could tell they picked up where they left off. And other people, it would sort of be blank until where they started up again. So I have no idea why it happened one way for some and another way for another. Yep, and for those who are participating online, we're just waiting for one of our panel members to come back, and then we'll start back up again.
Ray Liotta died.
My daughter,
Always.
same. The only difference between yeah, travel.
You change your flight, or you on someone?
I haven't seen it if I do, but if I get there in time.
No, you should be able to send and change. With the app. Pull up your Delta app. 10-day changes are free.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and start up again. And in our break, we've had a couple questions or comments regarding the format of how we put this together and why a survey broken up by individual topics as opposed to other ways of looking at it. And I probably should have started the meeting with this. Why are we doing it this way? And so I'll go ahead and address that now before we finish up the overview of the surveys. And it kind of comes down to at least my view or my perspective on public administration in general. So I'm gonna give like a 60-second public administration 101 course. So anytime that the government is making a rule or deciding a case, the legal standard for can you do this? Can the government do it? Is what's called it's a rational basis test. And the rational basis test is essentially two pieces to it. The first is just what it sounds like. Is this reasonable? Is there a rational reason for the decision that they made? And the second part is, was the decision arbitrary or capricious? And arbitrary would be you just pick something without a reason. Capricious would be you picked something with bad motives in mind. So, for example, if it was a case decision, if the board revoked somebody's license, was it because the board chair just didn't like that guy or they were a competitor? That would be capricious. So my goal as a program administrator is to keep us out of court, but if we have to go to court, that we win, that all of our decisions are can survive that rational basis scrutiny. And so the question is, and actually had questions come in, why don't you copy another state's models? You know, if the goal is to lower hours, there are other states out there that have had lower hours for a while. You could copy what they're doing. And my concern about that is when I've discussed hours with other states, why are your hours the way that they are? I won't name any names. But when I ask that question, I always get two answers. I've never gotten anything other than one of these two answers. I don't know, or this is the way they've always been, which is kind of the same as I don't know. So when we were tasked with reapproaching these hours, my concern is how can we get data that will establish the groundwork for a rational basis review? Like if the board's going to say, if the board has to say, well, we just copied what this other state did, and then says, well, why did they pick that hours? I don't know. Is that going to survive a legal challenge? And so my approach was, that, we've got access to great subject matter experts. There's like over 200 years worth of experience on this panel alone. Our board has 250 plus years of experience in the professions. We have subject matter experts that can look at these individual items and say, this is the minimum that's needed. And that is a great way to look at these and address these, because we've got a reason for every single course. We have a reason. We know there's a health safety risk that's involved, and we've surveyed subject matter experts. We've got, between this panel and the board, 450 years of subject matter expert experience to say this is the minimum that's needed. So that was the basis of why I approached it this way, rather than kind of just copying with what another state board did. So hopefully that helps answer that part of the question. And there'll be, if you have other questions about that or critiques, you can always critique and disagree. Feel free to do that. I'm limited by my own flaws, so maybe this wasn't the best way to do it, but that's why we did it this way. But we'll have a chance to talk about that more thoroughly later. Okay, let's finish up these overview of surveys, and then we can get into any additional topics. Talking about hair. The first section, and you'll notice in the curriculum, it was broken into kind of categories of hair services. And I'll leave it up to the panel as to whether or not this was the right way to approach it. This is the way that it's been in the Virginia curriculum for 50 years. Maybe it's time to change things up. But at least for now, this is the way it's been in Virginia. So we've got this category of shampooing, rinsing, and scalp treatments. The first course under there is analysis. And it sounds like what the panel's already talked about was having that client consult and analysis being like a first course in any of these new topic areas. So it sounds like everybody's kind of on the same page that this is the appropriate place to do this and that it's worthwhile having in the curriculum. So the next item under hair, shampooing, rinsing, and scalp treatments is the procedures, manipulations, and treatments. Everybody said yes, there's health safety risk involved here for the reasons that we've listed here, and that the average was 14.5 hours, the median was 7. So it's in the 7 to 14 hour range for those procedures. So that kind of wraps up that section, and now we're moving into hair styling. And the first section under hair styling is finger waving, molding, and pin curling. This was a 5 to 4 yes. The yeses said there's hair breakage with pin curling. It builds the necessary dexterity for the stylist, helps them to be proficient with all demographics, and lack of knowledge in this area leads to harmful discrimination. The no's said these styling techniques should bring no harm, and these are antiquated requirements. So for those of you who have been able to see me in person, you know I don't spend a lot of time in the salon or barbershop environment. It's been 20 years or so since I've needed to be in a barbershop. Finger waving, molding, and pin curling. I'm curious about this critique that these are antiquated and maybe not used in the salon environment anymore. Where's the panel on that?
They are being used. I mean, I know a lot of stylists who are doing finger waves, pin curls, roller sets. This one's not part of roller sets, but I mean, those are techniques that are being used.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you. So you can see the average hours here. There was a big discrepancy, and obviously for the folks that said no, they're putting 0, and that's impacting where the averages and the medians end up. But the average was at 16, and the median was at 4.5. So the next category under hairstyling: roller curling, combing, and brushing. And again, we have a 5-to-4 split on whether there's safety risks involved here, with 5 saying yes. And they're saying it can cause pain, knotting, and possibly hair loss. Different hair types, inflammations require specific techniques in order to prevent damage. And then there's a concern about discriminatory behavior, and then also the rollers requiring heat that can cause burning. And then we had, for most of these, it was just no. One of them said, I see no specific harm here.
I did have a question on the one before, finger waving, molding, and pin curl. Did we decide there was a safety risk, though? People are still doing it, but is there a safety risk of not training it?
Yeah, so, yeah, for those that said yes, there is a safety risk. I know we've got hair breakage. Is hair breakage a health?
Even just handling the comb, because when you're finger waving, you're combing you've got to go to the scalp. So if you're doing too much pressure, could you scratch the scalp? Yes. Mm-hmm. Pin curls, if you pin it improperly, it could cause breakage. If your pin, the pin's kind of sharp on the tip, you could poke someone with it. So there is certain, potential harm that could happen.
It's minimal, but it's there, right? It's minimal, but it's there if you really want.
And it doesn't really, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It doesn't really take a ton to learn how to do it properly, but it definitely needs to be done properly. If you're rolling a pin curl and you're pulling hair from another section, then that's pulling, that's painful.
How many, for those that are teaching this, how many hours are you spending on these topics, finger waving, molding, and pin curling?
Well, we start with this, so it's like even in that first little group of time, we'll do at least 2 to 3 days of just this. And it's, it's hands-on, but then they also, our students have a task list, basically, if you will, that they do throughout their schooling. And so they will do these things multiple times to practice, partially because of the dexterity, making sure they do it well and correctly. So they do it actually quite a lot. Yeah.
You say people still do finger waving and curling?
Absolutely. Finger waving especially, it's a really beautiful formal look. So if you have shorter hair and you're going to a big event, getting a pin curl is absolutely stunning. You'll see curly hair types wear lots of finger waves. Pin curls are great. I've even done pin curl perm. It gives a really loose, beautiful perm.
And it gives a gorgeous set.
Yeah.
Stand-up pin curls.
Yeah.
With no roller marks.
Right.
Like a roller. It just comes out like
and
spiral.
It holds brilliantly. It holds far better than a blow dryer curling iron style will. So as much as these seem old school, sometimes old school is better. I just said it out loud.
So theory-wise, Steve, probably good 3, 4, 5 hours, not in one setting.
Right.
Over time.
Right.
Reaffirming to them, teaching them the why, particularly with using setting lotion and mousse and how to use that and how to manipulate that hair. Because kids are used to blow drying, so teaching them how to mold that hair takes some work, and teaching them the why and the safety measures and all of that. So,
well, and in order for them to really learn how to hold the comb and the right amount of pressure, it is not uncommon for someone to have to literally, hey, I'm going to hold your hand. So I'm going to be all up in your business because we're going to hold hands to make this work. Because you're doing things your hands are not used to doing. And to do it properly, it requires a great deal of oversight, a lot more than people would think. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think typically when I hear cosmetologists say that they don't do it, it's because they don't know how. And so that if you don't have the ability, it's really good, it's real easy to poo-poo it and say, oh, this isn't necessary anymore. But as we all know, styles transition over the years.
Yeah.
So when I was in beauty school, it was the 80s. We had big curly hair. Everybody's hair was big. We weren't doing finger waves. So was I one of those people who's like, I don't know why this is relevant. And then a few years later, I'm knocking in a gorgeous finger wave in my little sister's hair for prom. So.
All right, thank you. And we've had, Mr. Malul has rejoined us via the conference.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to drop off there. I had some issues.
No, that's quite all right. All right, so where we are at, we're in the overview of surveys. We're talking about hair and hair styling, and this section of the curriculum breaks down into some very specific procedures, and we're moving into the roller curling, combing, and brushing. And again, this was a 5-4 yes, with concerns about improper combing and brushing can cause pain, knotting, hair loss, concerns about preventing damage to the hair and scalp, discriminating behavior, and the heat for the roller curling could cause burning. So that the hours here, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I was going to say, Steve, I don't know if you mentioned this in one of my responses, but I think it's important to highlight the responsibility of the burden that falls on the licensed professional and the welfare component to this, because if the public is going to a licensed professional for a service, I think that it is important for that practitioner to have a state level proficiency to provide said service. So the welfare piece of it kind of falls back to, a licensed professional, what are they holding a license for as well. So I think there needs to, any service that a cosmetologist can provide needs to be the scope, the law, defining the scope of Virginia. They need to have a basic proficiency to apply that service. So that welfare, I just wanted to interject. I'm sure you guys have had plenty of conversation all day out, but I believe that they need to have a base level of proficiency to be able to provide a service to the public to protect the welfare and the licensure status. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, so for the next item, hairstyling, heat curling, waving, and pressing. Now for these services, everybody said yes. There is health safety concerns, particularly along the lines of the heat for these services. The average training for this section was 31.5, and the median was 14. So kind of a big range there.
I'm really shocked about that 14, because hot's hot. How much more training do you need to tell someone hot is hot and it can't be on the hair too long, it can't touch the scalp? Seems like a lot when we're only giving an hour and 45 minutes to something that can cause a miscarriage. You know what I mean? It feels like this huge discrepancy, but it is how training in America happens today. 80% of the training is on hair and 20% is on everything else, but all the injury comes from the everything else, right? So we focus all this training on hair, and I'm just going to say 14 hours to tell someone a curling iron's hot and they can't leave it on the hair too long or touch your head with it. It seems like a long time in regard to what we've put hours on some other things, right? Like in comparison to some other things that could seriously cause more harm that I wasn't even aware of, clearly.
Well, I'm wondering if that's because these services are done more widespread.
Yes.
There's a whole lot more responsive cosmetologists, even nail techs, doing this. So the hours are going to be more because it's done a whole lot more than your aromatherapy. That's going to be very minimally performed, right, maybe by mainly your estheticians and those that are moving in that direction. I think that's the difference.
I would completely agree with that. It's aromatherapy is a bit more specialized. So if you're going to do that, you're going to know you have to have some additional training.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as curling hair, it's not just about knowing that it's hot. It's about knowing.
From a safety perspective, though,
No,
is,
it's
right?
the application
Right,
of
that
it
it's not
being hot.
too hot on your hair. or on
Yes,
your
and,
skin.
you know, how do I get close to the scalp without actually touching the scalp? And, you know, what direction do I need to move? I mean, the application portion of it is a lot. And again, it is frequently, you know, hand-holding to get people through it. And especially, you know, I mean, you're often working on young people. And, you know, when I'm working on these little kids, it's like you've got to get as close as possible so you get the look, but you also need to not burn the skin. It's a balancing act.
All right, so now we are moving into a new section, still under hair cutting. So we've got our first section, fundamentals, materials, and equipment. We got 7 to 2 say yes, there is a health safety risk. And it looks like there's the physical injury part of the misuse of equipment, skin injury, cross-contamination of implements. The no's had just put no for this one. Although under the least restrictive, we actually had somebody that switched from yes to no, saying that training is not the least restrictive way to mitigate the risk. And they said an overview or review would be sufficient for those that were trained during the individual portions. So essentially saying, the way I interpreted this was go back over the health safety, the disinfection control, and that's how you would mitigate it. Pretty big difference on the difference between the average hours of 19 to the median of 5. So that tells us that there were a couple that were real high on the hours, and then a lot that were a lot lower on the hours. The next hair cutting section is procedures. And here we've got a 7 to 2 yes. The concerns for the health safety are sharp instruments around the face and the eyes can cause harm. Incorrect procedures can contribute to carpal tunnel syndrome for the cosmetologist. So this will prevent accidental cuts. Proper body position while cutting prevents pain and harm to the cosmetologist. Again, for the least restrictive way to mitigate, that's a 7 to 2 yes, so no change to answers there. The average hours for hair cutting was 108, and the median was 50. All right, so those are the hair cutting section. Now we're moving into a new section under hair, permanent waving, and chemical relaxing. And this section has its own analysis section. Now I know that this panel had said you should have your client consult and analysis at the beginning of the broader section. Would everyone agree, maybe pull this unique one out and we'll just keep it in that big analysis? Or is there some kind of unique analysis that has to occur with permanent waving and chemical relaxing?
Yeah, permanent waving analysis and chemical relaxing would have to be a totally different analysis. Totally different hair textures and types and service.
Agreed.
The risk with chemical relaxing is a whole lot higher than with permanent waving.
I would completely agree.
Okay. All right, so our range here, for this section, we had someone that had put 350 hours for the whole section, which includes analysis, supplies and equipment, procedures, and the chemistry. So I just kind of split those 350, divided it 4 ways amongst the different topics. So I don't know if that necessarily would have been their intent. So I put an asterisk by that to say, you know, that's just me splitting the hours evenly. That may not be what they really intended. So the average was 22 and the median was 10 for the analysis part. For those that are teaching it, how much time do you teach on the analysis component?
Well, we get into the safety part of it and the analysis part, maybe 2 hours at least.
And possibly more, especially if, I mean, hopefully, if you're lucky, you have a good diverse group of kids and you can talk about the different hair types and, you know, what you would do and use some examples. It's not, I mean, you can use pictures, of course, but Yeah,
Mhm.
this is.
At least.
Uh-huh. And then you also, I mean, if you count the time that you're doing this with every single service as well, then that bit, I mean, throughout a whole program, that's gonna be big.
Right. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, because that's not a one-time teaching. We have to reteach it. You go back the next time, you reteach it, so it does take some time.
Okay. All right, for the next topic under permanent waving and chemical relaxing is the supplies and equipment, and that had all but one person said yes. So that's proper chemicals must be used to prevent burns. They need to have a working knowledge of the supplies and equipment. And if used improperly, can damage or break the hair. And infection control risks for all of these. And the no was just a no. They didn't have an explanation for that. So the average hours just learning the supplies for this service, 6.4, and the median was this unusual higher at 7.5. The procedures and practical applications for chemical relaxing, everybody agreed, yes, there's health safety concerns. The average was 41.5 hours, and the median, again higher, was 55.
Steve, real quick, wouldn't the procedures include how to use the supplies and equipment needed in the service?
So I'll turn that over to the panel. Yeah.
It could.
It should, right? I mean, if we're teaching them how to do a service, especially when that is chemical, I mean, they should know the tools they're using, the supplies.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be necessarily a topic per se, but like, they need to know the whole, how to do a full service. And, you know, the tools they're using, the equipment they're using, the chemicals they're using, all of that, the hair they're going to be applying it on. So just, I wanted to lump that in because there was a lot of nerves on that.
Yeah.
So the panel agreed to combine those topics, the supplies and equipment, into the procedures and practical applications.
Yeah.
Which again speaks of the same thing as the analysis. It should be in every procedure that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so the last topic under permanent waving and chemical relaxing is chemistry. And we've already had some thorough discussion about chemistry. Is there something unique about the chemistry in this particular procedure that is worth maintaining this topic, or along with the others consolidate that?
Yes, because, I mean, even from a relaxer perspective, there's different chemical relaxers, and it's often called a thio-based relaxer and a hydroxide-based relaxer. Those cannot be mixed. The hair will literally disintegrate. And so, you know, you've got to know, not only, like, you've got to know what they had in the past, or you've got to test strand in some capacity. So knowing some basics about, you know, some basic ingredients is very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Does it take 10 hours of theory to do that?
Well, there's lots of,
Maybe not 10 hours of theory. That in the practice would be incorporated in that.
right. But I mean, you're still going to have a decent amount of time in theory, because understanding what a thio-based either perm or relaxer does to the hair bonds, and then what hydroxide or that type of relaxer does to the bonds is very different. And that helps you to understand why, you know, it's like they don't combine, because, you know, this one, there's a piece that goes away. Well, so the neutralizer over here won't put it back together the way it's supposed to. So you really have to understand the basic mechanics of how that works.
And the huge difference in the neutralizers, because the permanent wave neutralizer is liquid, the chemical waving is a shampoo, has to be done 3 times. So there's a lot of huge safety measures that have to be taught and learned in that.
Yeah, and the rinsing and shampoo. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's the chemistry, right? Like, understanding, I think, what you were saying.
Yeah, maybe 10 hours would be sufficient.
They need to teach chemistry there. I completely agree, there's so much in the relaxer and permanent waves and the chemicals. That's why the board has chemistry chemistry in there now, right? It should be able to understand better how and why those terms, what you can and can't do. So I just wanted to interject that.
But I agree, you know, where you're talking about in a theory setting like Milady's or Pivot Point, I don't teach this theory that way. And I've always kind of enjoyed, when my kids were in school, you know, they always complained about how many teachers and how many kids are in a classroom. And, you know, I had in beauty school, cosmetology school, I had 70 kids in a classroom and I taught them basic chemistry and they get it. So, and a lot of these kids are kids that typically struggle with traditional school. So it's not, it is time and also the how you teach it, because the more you can integrate models and 3D learning and that type of thing, the more it connects for them in a way that's going to help them to be able to pursue their career and not harm people.
Well, I think certainly the people that are standing at this table sort of are the choir, right? Like, I would guess that the vast majority of people who are actually practicing, there's probably quite a few instructors out there that don't actually know how to teach the chemistry. I mean, you guys are, you know, the star pupils, right? Because you're doing it well. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. I'm just, you know, you guys have figured out a way to do it. You know, when we say is that the least restrictive way to teach it, does somebody have to learn the why to be safe doing the how?
Yeah.
Because they're why learners.
The chemical procedures.
Yeah.
They won't do the how if you don't teach them the why.
So then we're counting on instructors to know this and know it as well as you guys do, right? Because that may or may not be the case. So.
Well, that might need a little bit of theory book reform, just saying.
Well, I mean, that could be what it is. I mean, the textbooks stand alone, they write what they write. There's not a ton of input from the world, and if what the world needs is simpler chemistry in the textbook, so that instructors that aren't as good as you guys can more easily, you know, translate it to the students what's necessary, but I guess we won't fix that here.
Someday. Maybe.
Okay.
I think that's a good point, especially with again going back to the why and the how. You know, I think the burden's on the schools to make sure that they're effectively teaching the content, whether they're effectively training their teachers or finding innovative ways or working with textbook suppliers to make sure that that content is being delivered effectively. You know, and not do it on a case by case kind of basis on the individual teacher. But you know, it's my area because it goes back to my point I made earlier, was the why, understanding why before you do the how, and so I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, we're rounding the bend. We've got 2 topics left. The next, we're moving into a new category under hair coloring and bleaching. First section is analysis and basic color. So this was essentially a 2-to-1 yes, and 7-to-2 yes on least restrictive means to teach it. So for the analysis and basic hair color theory, the average was 40 hours, and then the median was 17. So we can keep moving on. Obviously, we've talked about the analysis and client consultation part. And bear with me just a second.
I want to just point that the hair analysis for a haircut or a perm or a color, again, kind of different, right? You're going to be analyzing the hair for color, I think, a little bit differently than if you're providing a haircut. So just wanted to throw that out there. I know we covered the analysis, but I think we all agree that the analysis is one of those really fundamental pieces that we need before any service to make sure it's on the right path.
Yes. Yep. So the next 2 categories under hair coloring are the supplies and equipment, and then the procedures and practical application. So we've got all but 1 yes on the supplies and equipment. Everyone's a yes on procedures and practical application. And similar to the permanent waving, chemical relaxing, would folks say yes, combine the supplies and equipment with the procedures and practical application? Okay. Okay, so now last topic, wigs, hair pieces, and related theory. So just to let you know, wigs and hair pieces are in the statutory scope of practice for a cosmetologist. So that is something that, it's not exempt. So if you want to style a wig, you need a cosmetology license. So it was 5-4, no, for the types of wigs. So if for under wigs types, majority said no, there's no health safety risk in learning the different types of wigs. For the yeses, they said you have to understand the theory of the hair pieces and wigs, different types of glues, tapes, needles, tight braids, shaving, etc., that could cause harm in different situations, up to including hair loss. Improperly cleansing could spread disease and infection. Cosmetologists need to understand wigs and hair pieces to avoid harmful discriminatory behavior and have the ability to work with all types of hairs and textures.
Do weaves and extensions fall in here? Where do weaves and extensions go? I haven't seen them yet.
They're not regulated.
Wait,
So they are
use
not.
a needle on someone's head? It's not regulated?
So hair braiding is
No, I'm
not
saying weaves and
regulated.
extensions. So, like sewing in a weave with a needle that pokes people in the head.
If teaching extensions, I would probably put it in with this.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think it's in the textbook, it's in my lady weave, extensions and things like that, it's in the textbook,
Yeah,
it's not
that's a very
here,
common practice.
but, you know, sewing it in, it's in there.
Also, there can be a lot of issues with weaves and extensions.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many different ways to do it, and it needs to be done well, or it can cause a lot of breakage.
Also can cause permanent alopecia.
Alopecia,
And permanent hair loss. Then they wouldn't have to go to the barber ever.
Yeah. Maybe that's what happened to me. I don't know. Okay, so it sounds like, obviously, Mr. Roberts had a question about whether it's in the scope of practice. So we'll look at that to verify that. And if it is, it sounds like weaves and extensions should fall under this category. And we can make that explicit, or recommend to the board to make that explicit in this section. The last section under wigs and hair pieces would be procedures. And 2-1 said yes, health safety risks involved there. And everybody just kind of talked about what those are. The average training was 19 hours and the median was 5. So that's it for our in-depth review of these topics. The totals for the hair portion, pretty big range from the low to the high. The average was 460, the median 286. So again, going back to our recommended hours from the panel for the cosmetology license. The average was 892. The median was 540. So I feel like at this point we've had some good productive conversations about this. I think that the wild card in all of this is the aesthetics part. And this is one of the challenges with adopting another state's models for hours, is because in Virginia, a cosmetologist can do all of aesthetics. That might not be the case. It actually isn't the case in California. And it may be the case in other places. So every state has their different scopes of practice. And so I think as far as where these hours recommendations are, the challenging part for the board is going to be to figure out how to deal with the aesthetics question. And the aesthetics question, and every state handles this differently, is when the full scope of aesthetics is in the scope of cosmetology, do you make the training programs the same? And so we, as staff, will try to prep the board to adequately handle that question. But I think if you look at the skincare section right now, if you combine all the intro courses with that skincare and the waxing, you get a substantially lower aesthetics curriculum than what the board currently utilizes. And we also had, I think, some outstanding questions where board staff needed to go back and ask the schools, well, what are you really teaching in these areas? So I wanted to bring that up. Yeah.
Let me interject on that, operating both programs in my school, cosmetology and aesthetics, it is much more in-depth, the aesthetics program. I have students who graduate from cosmetology and go into the aesthetics program because it is so much more in-depth. Instruction and practice on that. They feel like after their cosmetology license, they're not prepared to be an actual skincare specialist. So I just want to say that from an experience standpoint, the aesthetics is a very in-depth program. And again, there's a reason why we have aesthetics and a master aesthetics classification in Virginia. So, you know, especially skin being our biggest organ. So I just wanted to interject that there's definitely a little disconnect there, I think, with the aesthetics portion being kind of lumped into the cosmetology because they are two different programs, and they are lumped into the aesthetics program that we offer. And I think that most schools in the state offer very, very much in depth, much more in depth than what's actually being touched on in the cosmetology portion.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that because I think you're exactly right. What you're describing is what I've been hearing. And, you know, there's a lot of different ways you could approach this dilemma. And one would be to pull aesthetics out of cosmetology, but that requires a change in the law. And that would be telling cosmetologists, all right, you can't do this anymore. Or you could limit, and California did something similar to this when they had their hours reduction. They modified the scope of aesthetics for cosmetologists. So they basically said, we're going to shrink what a cosmetologist can do in aesthetics. But again, that's a change in the law. If you can't change the law, then what do you do about the discrepancy in the curriculum? And so that's the full scope of the issue that the board is going to have to wrestle with to fix this.
Steve, is it a policy change, or can D4 make the change in the rule?
D4 can change the hours, but as far as the scope of practice, that requires the code of the General Assembly to change the law.
So why would I find it surprising to me because especially I've heard many states, not just here, talk about this idea of stacking. And people want to do nails first because it's less hours, and then skin, and then hair, or then the full cosmetology. But why not? Why are states not adopting a hair-only license? Because if I go to a program and you make me do hair or nails and skin first, no offense to everybody that does nails and skin, it's just not my passion. So I'm going to feel like I'm being tortured for all these hours, and then I finally get to do what I really love. So hair-only license makes beautiful sense in that scenario, if you will, because if I had been given the chance to do a hair-only, that probably would have been what I would have chosen.
There are two major problems. One is that just because the state says you can teach it doesn't mean that anyone has to teach it. And in several states where they have hair-only licenses, none of the schools teach them. The ones that have tried it, like in Colorado, Empire had a program there. Nobody signed up for it. They discontinued it. And mobility is a huge problem. If you have a hair-only license, only about half a dozen states that have a hair-only license, so you're restricted in your ability to move from state to state. In Ohio, they have hair-only. Only about 3 private schools teach it, and several of the VOTEC schools teach it. But the ratio of kids taking it is like 100 to 1, cosmetology. So there's only a handful of students going to take it, and the school's not going to teach it.
Also, if it's not enough hours, they can't get Title IV funding. And if you look at a state like Oregon, where they don't even have a cosmetology license anymore, they only have stackable licenses, there is not a single school in the state that teaches them individually. They all bundle them, and then their program ends up being 2,400 hours. And then they're the highest in the country because all the schools, whether you want to call it collusion or not, have agreed to bundle them all. So there's not a single school in Oregon where you can go and get a single piece of the stackable license. So to Gordon's point, just because you say they can do it doesn't mean anyone will teach it.
Well, the bigger challenge is funding, because you're right. If there's, the small hour programs, that's coming out of your pocket, and that basically narrows your scope of who can do the program. You have to have, the finances to be able to do that. And if I come from a place where I don't have the finances, then it's not an option for me unless I bundle it.
Yeah,
That's a good point, and that, does that create a welfare issue, right? If we don't have the ability to produce enough practitioners, does that present a welfare issue? You know, and it is a good point. I mean, you know, the schools have to comply with 4 different agencies most times. You know, there's two different state levels, the accrediting agencies, the Department of Ed, trying to make it all fit while serving the public, serving the public, the welfare, the industry, the salons. It's a challenge, you know, it's a very difficult challenge, the balancing act. At the end of the day, it's all for the student, right? I mean, if you have a program, to be the best program ever, if they can't pay for it, they can't afford it, then they don't have access to it, they're not going to be entering the industry. And then there's going to be a vacuum of no professionals to serve the public.
Except in Virginia, you do have a high school model that Steve said they do graduate and they perform well on the state board exam. You know, they pass even at a higher rate than the other schools. So you do have that model to contend with that you have been successful with in Virginia.
So one thing that
With funding, 600-hour programs, you can get Title IV funding. So what's the issue? I mean,
well, so one thing that
it's really interesting, you look at most states, they're either 1,200, 1,500, 1,800, or 2,100. You come in multiples of 300 for some strange reason, and it's all because of the way Title IV funding is dispersed. It's all about the money.
Yeah, so to get back to the hair stylist or hair only license, so our board has actually wanted to do that, to create it. And so I've been doing a lot of research. I've talked to the program directors of 14 of the 17 states that have a hair only, the hairstylist license or something, hairdresser license, et cetera. And there's varying degrees of success, as Mr. Logan pointed out. A lot of the states struggled with people adopting and using the programs. There's been a couple states that have had success with it. And in my conversations with the directors from the states that have had success with it, and by success, let me define success. So Colorado has about 3,000 hairstylists. And that's compared to about just over 30,000 cosmetologists. So it's about 10%. And that would be the most successful state is Colorado, with about a 10-to-1 ratio.
How long have they been doing it?
They've been doing it Colorado's been doing it about 20 years. It looks like the programs mature at about 10 years as far as hitting where you're going to hit on the ratio of licensees. And it looks like the difference between the states where I'll call it successful in Colorado in the sense that people utilize this license in a meaningful way versus the states where nobody's using it, is buy-in from the schools. I've talked to a number of the directors that said, you know, the board wanted it. Licensees reported, you know, they would want to do that, but the schools were resistant and didn't want to do it. And so we haven't had schools adopting it. And so our numbers are really low. There's no programs for them to take. And then there's another state I talked to where they required all the schools to adopt it, but the schools were just slow walking it. And so they weren't having a lot of enrollment, or they were just telling students, you know, it's an option, but you're not going to do it. You're going to do the other one. So because that's such an important factor, we surveyed all of our schools. We sent the survey to all the schools. We didn't get 100% responses from our schools. But in Virginia, 85% of the schools said they would offer a hair stylist program if one was available to them. So that was one of the reasons that, you know, I kept talking to the board about this is a viable option, because it sounds like our schools are interested in it, and that puts us in the category of the states that have had some success with it. Now, again, success being a 10-to-1 ratio. Right. But in Colorado, 3,000 people that didn't have to take an extra 2 months of training and spend that extra money, that's not insignificant to them.
Well, Virginia schools must be totally different from schools in any other state, because 85% of the schools, no other state offers hair only. In fact, in some states like Arizona, we couldn't find anybody that teaches hair only.
Yeah, before they passed it, they said they would offer it as well. And we have the numbers as well. And, you know, in Maryland, there's 35,000 cosmetologists, 24 have hair-only licenses. Georgia, 50,000, 1,000 hair-only. In Ohio, only 14 graduated with a hair-only license a couple of years ago. So, you know, we too, because we do only hair, we initially strongly supported this segmented license approach. And then as we started going state by state and talking with schools, talking with licensees, talking with salon owners, factoring mobility, we just can't support it. And it just hasn't worked in these states because schools aren't operating.
Yeah, we did hair only too, so I mean, that worked great for us.
Yeah, for us.
It was a viable program.
Well, but,
It hasn't proven to be a viable program.
I will say, for barbering, for example, I actually haven't had the opportunity to get our master barber program up and running due to, the paperwork, honestly, that goes with it. But to offer a barber program and a master barber program, for example, which I think is somewhat equivalent, right? The barber program is 100 hours, master barber is 1,500 hours. You can do more with the master barber. My students want that master barber. So if I'm offering a barber and a master barber program, it's up to the student to determine what they want for their career, for their earning potential, right? Because like that 400 hours, they have more earning potential because they can offer more services. So it's really, as a school, it's easy. It's all, we'll offer it, right? But we can't make the choice for the student or the future professional for what they want in their career. So I don't know. No, I think it's a mix here, right? I don't know if the school's not offering it, so therefore there's not enough licensees in it. It just might be also that it's not as attractive, right? But I do think the hair-only license at least bridges that gap there, because the skincare portion, see what you would choose, that's the shovel, right? It's like, well, we see 600 or so hours of skincare. If you remove that, that's at 900 hours. So there's a balance there, and it's not as black and white as I think, as it can be. I think could be earning potential is a big thing for people that get into this. And they're like, well, if I can spend 2 more months or a little bit more time in school, but I can earn a lot more, it's worth it to them. So, but I don't think that's ultimately what this panel is here to do. We're not here to determine or to speculate what the schools may or may not do or what the students may or may not choose. It's to make sure that there is the proper regulations in place to support the scope of practices to keep the consumers safe, right? And to also, again, to make sure we have a licensed profession in the state, right? So the burden is on both the state and on the professionals to make sure there is a level of proficiency and competency there to uphold that license. So again, it's a big topic, right? But that's not, I think, what our panel is here for, to determine or to speculate what the schools may or may not do or what the students may or may not do. It's to make sure that they have the proper regulations and staff licenses. There's no harm in adding a hair-only license. I don't see any potential harm or downfall to adding a hair license only in Virginia. What's the worst that's going to happen?
Well, it should be indicative. You got the 2 largest hair-only chains in the country sitting here saying, we don't think hair-only is a good idea. If it was a good idea, we'd be on top of it. But mobility is a huge issue.
Well, mobility
is very, very few students sign up for it.
Yeah. Mobility is
very few schools offer.
Mobility is a big issue anyway in decreasing hours, because there's only a handful of states with smaller hours.
But equal hour programs doesn't equal reciprocity. There's a lot of 1,500-hour programs that don't have reciprocity with each other state to state. It's not if you come from a higher hour program, we'll for sure give you a license. It's not that simple, unfortunately.
So one of the questions I have, it relates to mobility, and this is, I want to ask our 2 franchise operators or salon operators specifically. What we're encountering the other side of the mobility issue now as board staff. We have people that have the hair stylist license, and particularly military spouses, that are moving to Virginia and saying, I need to get a license, and we don't have an equivalent license. And so what we end up having to tell them is there's nothing for you here. So you're 1,000 hours in hairstyling from the state X, gets you nothing here. Maybe you can transfer your hours into a cosmetology school to do the cosmetology program. Are you encountering that? I mean, do you have any hairstylist licensees, and are they stuck? Are they able to transfer? What are your thoughts about that? Or your experience about that?
Well, if you go to any state that doesn't have an official hair-only license, they can get licensed. I mean, there's no equivalent license, so they're stuck.
Yeah, I completely concur. And that's a concern we have about this license. Again, we were very for it because we only do hair. It'd be great. We need professionals, and it reduces barriers and can potentially give someone a great career. But that's a concern because we hear that as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of stylists and managers and educators that move from state to state. And it would be very difficult if they had a hair-only license.
Unless all the states have hair-only licenses, and your numbers are higher than what we have on the number of states that offer it. And even if your numbers are accurate, it's still way less than half the states. So it's heartbreaking. I'm not going to sugarcoat it when you get a great professional who's been in the industry for 20, 25 years, and they move to another state that doesn't have it, and then there goes their career. So yeah, I agree with you, Steve.
So from your perspective,
they don't do hair. It just means they don't do hair in a place that requires them to be licensed.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful from your perspective, from an industry perspective, if, let's say, Virginia doesn't have any schools that train people in it, but if we had a hairstylist license so that your folks could at least move to Virginia and work with that training?
What we've seen in many states is schools throw this out as an alternative. This sounds perfectly logical. And they don't teach the course. So it's really not a solution. The history is kind of related. It shows that either schools don't teach it or kids don't take it, one of the two. The result is it doesn't accomplish it.
Yeah.
So you don't think, even if it wasn't a training option here in Virginia and it was just, we let salon employees from other states that have the license transfer that license to Virginia, you still wouldn't support that? So rather than let's say if you take the training participation part out and we just say, we want to let people in other states that have a hairstylist license do that here in Virginia. And that was the purpose of creating the hairstylist license.
Just one state.
It's
not going to help the big picture.
Well, it helps people here.
Yeah. I question Steve. I'd love to learn how many instances you have of that, because the fact is there aren't that many licensed professionals in our industry who get a hair-only license. I'll tell you, in Minnesota right now, they were trying to push a 600-hour hair-only license. When they came to us, that's our home state, and said, what do you think? And we didn't strongly oppose it. We stayed neutral on it, but we certainly didn't support it because we don't have any data. No state has found data on what does it really take to become a great hairstylist. Nobody's gone through this kind of exercise, to my knowledge. The reason we support lower hour programs is because they've been proven in states. We support the best proven model to get people into this great career. I can't look at a state with a hair only and say that is a great model, look at the success, because the numbers aren't there. But I'd love to look at that data. We aren't opposed to it. If you would create it, I would just ask, what are you going to use for criteria to come up with the hair only need? Something like this, or I don't know. No state really has it.
You would remove all the skincare, right? You'd remove the wax.
You'd remove the skin and the nails.
And that's what the hair only license would entail.
Yeah.
And, I don't think that, I think that's pretty straightforward. Like somebody alluded to before, some people just don't have an interest in nails or wax or skincare. So again, and I'm with you, I'm a big data person. I want to see the data says, and use data, to have proper analysis, and make the right decisions. But it's just, if there's not enough data there, again, I'm thinking about what the downfall is, and Steve, I think you made a point, even if it's just for reciprocity. So I think reciprocity is an important part of it, especially with our neighboring states. If Washington, D.C., Maryland, and North Carolina. You know, those making sure that there is mobility is also important. But again, going back to the hair-only license, what's the potential downfall really is my question. And sorry, sometimes it's hard for me to hear you all, so you may answer that question. Slogan, I believe, for you, it's very hard for me to hear you speak, so again, apologies there, but I'm with you. I think data is really important, but if there's no data, I don't think it's something to be afraid of. That's my point.
As Kim said, there's a proven model that 1,000 hours works for cosmetologists. It's been true in New York and Massachusetts for 50 years or more. And as I think a lot of people say, if California and Texas can agree on something, it must be a pretty good idea. And which is quite true.
They're repealing it in California. They're bringing it back up. So it's not, you know, again, there's a lot of weight behind this. There's a lot of political, financial, different motives and so on. And that's, you know, again, that's not the purpose of this channel. But I can tell you a quick anecdote. Is my father's been in this industry for 50 years. You know, he was Hillary Clinton's personal hairstylist. He was one of the best to do it. And he struggled, just like with all that too, to get his license in California because he failed the makeup or the nail portion because that's not what he does. So, you know, there's just to speak to that, again, there's certain things that hang up that might not be as important, right? I mean, the whole conversation today was, well, what do they actually need to know to be, you know, proficient and keep the public safe? So if people who are working in Great Crest or just doing hair or whatever, you know, even dry bars, like, you know, they should hold some type of license. If they're only doing hair, then let's make sure that they are the minimum that we have to train them is the hair. You know, there's no reason to train them the nails. There's no reason to train them waxing and skincare. So, you know, again, if we're talking about what is the minimum requirement there, then let's take that whole approach head on, you know, and I think that there should be a hair-only license, and I think that it should, you know, cover just the hair, the minimum requirements to do stuff, because a lot of people don't do nails, a lot of people don't do skincare in this industry. That's the reality of it.
The theory sounds good. Practice doesn't prove it out.
So one thing I'll go ahead and say, and we've kind of touched on, I think, the big divide with how this panel was composed, which is you've got some stakeholders that see 1,000 hours as a proven model that works. You've got some other folks that say 1,500 has been working well in our state and should stay there. And so I don't think we're going to convince each other one way or the other. But I do, one thing that I want to say is I really appreciate the time that each of you spent to go through each one of these curriculum items. And rather than having the two sides duke it out for which way it should go, we took a third option, which is to say we're going to look at this curriculum and figure out what's needed and let the board decide based on what the need is, based on what you all have assessed. And so I'm really excited about the results. Wherever the results were going to end up, I'm excited about it because I have a lot of confidence in the expertise that you all brought to this and the flaws that you pointed out that we can correct and fix and have a better program one way or the other. Yeah, Kim?
I just have to make one thing clear from my branch. We do not oppose a hair-only license. We don't oppose it. We just haven't found enough success buy-in with it to support it. And what the reason I speak up about it is because in a lot of states, when we look at reducing barriers, they put that forward as the only way they're going to reduce barriers. If Virginia is looking at the whole program, what makes sense for the safety of the public, the professional, and looks at doing a hair-only license, we certainly don't oppose that. And for the color, I agree. What harm could come of that? Let's not talk about if the schools will offer it or not. We can't control that. If it's done, if it's a dual thing, we're looking at the full license and you want to incorporate that, we wouldn't oppose that. We just, I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And Steve, thank you, obviously, for having all of us and really the whole state for, taking this approach, through this process. I do think it is, very, wise approach, and I personally appreciate that. I appreciate being able to, sit down at the table with different stakeholders, with different perspectives, different problems that they're facing, and being able to listen and hear. I think there's a lot that we all agree on, and ultimately there's, we're all on the same team, and we all want to protect the industry and the public, and do good for the people that are involved in it. And Steve, you mentioned actually, I think in one of the first initial emails, and I just trying to throw this out, but do believe we have follow-up meetings. But what about, it's tough, right? Because we're talking about kind of one size fits all. We're saying, all right, well, 1,500 hours or 1,000 hours or whatever hours, that's going to teach everyone the base level proficiency needed to keep the public safe. But is that true? So, Steve, you mentioned competency-based education. So that's something that just to throw out there, would a model like that work? Because 1,500 hours, Susan might get it in 600 hours, and John might get it in 1,500 hours, right? Just to make sure that there's that base level proficiency. So just want to throw that out, obviously, because you're right, we're not going to come to some magical agreement and understanding of a number through these conversations, but it definitely lends perspective and information. But I just want to throw that out there for maybe the future meeting or some food for thought.
Yeah, so just to, I'll answer that question, but just to clarify, I know initially we had thought about having several meetings in person, and we ended up going in a different direction by doing these surveys. So my intention had been that this be the only meeting of the panel. As far as competency-based education, we have a model of that. Our public high schools use competency-based, but that being said, it's not exactly the way that you described it, in that there is an overall hour requirement. So within the program, the teachers are signing off on these topics based on competency, but all the students are getting to that 840-hour mark. Competency-based.
So what happens if the student needs more training to get to that competency, to pass that competency?
I'll let Ms. Corey answer that question.
Well, they are held to a high standard because of what the state requires. So if they don't have a certain number of hours by mid-year, they have to make up those hours. So we make provisions and allowances and give up our time for our students to be able to get those hours in, which actually equals out to them meeting the competency skills. So we don't slack on those hours. They have to meet it, or they don't sit for the state board. They don't require, they don't qualify to sit for the state board, and then they'll be on their own, and we refer them over to Paul Mitchell to finish up their career.
To get more training.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can have a substantial number of cosmetologists in Virginia licensed with 840 hours, and yet we require, as soon as the kids graduate from high school, you require them to go 1,500. That doesn't really make any sense. We had a bifurcated program like that in Texas too. It was 1,000 and 1,500, and they got 500 hours credit for the other courses they took in high school before they graduated. But once they graduated, they no longer got that, and that was done as a compromise. Before 1975, there were 30 states that were 1,000-hour states. Title IV funding became available in 1965, and it took the schools a few years to figure it out and started lobbying states to increase hours. And in Texas, the high school said, we can't teach 1,500 hours. We need to stay with 1,000. So that's how that compromise came about. But we have 40% of the hairstylists and cosmetologists in Texas graduated from 1,000-hour programs for the last 50 years. And in Virginia, you have a substantial portion at 840. So it is odd that we could argue that you need 1,500. It doesn't make sense.
But I think the industry's grown, right? I mean, they're doing more now than they were 50 years ago or 30 years ago. There's more scope of practice, especially with skincare. The technology continues to progress and boom. And so we have to adapt and grow and understand there's a reason why they probably decided to have more hours, because there was probably a consumer issue, I mean.
No, there's no consumer issue.
There's probably a reason behind that. So
we have.
I agree, I understand and appreciate that, but I also think, you know, as the consumer needs continue to grow and the industry continues to grow, technology continues to grow, that the education needs to be there to support it, you know, to protect the consumer.
Well, I think,
You know, there's techniques now that they're doing, they weren't doing years ago. And you know, we touched on the hair, wig, extension, there's some, again, especially the skincare that, you know, they're doing today that they weren't doing 10, 20, 30 years ago. But, you know, aesthetics wasn't a skin good. There wasn't a license for aesthetics 25 years ago. But their state saw that there was a need to do that to protect the consumer, so they added it. So, you know, so there's, you know, just because it's done a certain way doesn't mean that it's got to be continued to be done that way.
Exactly.
well, chemicals today, I think everybody would agree, are a lot safer than they were 20, 30 years ago.
Yes.
So if anything, it's gotten safer, not more complicated. So it's just puzzling that we had a research study, our Future Beauty Industry Coalition, which at that time included PBA, ACTS, the School Association, Milady, Pivot Point, the Chain Salon Association, and of course, jointly authorized a research study. And that research study showed that there was no benefit to the students of going more than 1,000 hours. And 1,000 is what we had to compare it to because New York and Massachusetts was there. So the pass rates on the exams were the same, the earnings was the same, no correlation, and there's just no justification for the state mandating that students go longer and pay more than they need to get licensed if they choose to. Now, in some states, Aveda salons especially, schools teach 1,500 hours. And in Florida, and I think they're doing it in Texas as well, and they can do that. If they can convince the students that it's worth their time and money to go the extra time. But it's not right for the state to mandate that kids go to school longer and pay more than is necessary for health and safety.
Well, I think.
Which is what we're talking about with this panel and with our task was to reduce the number of cosmetology hours in general for the cosmetology license. The hair only license, we've discussed that, but when it comes to what we're discussing today, that's really what that's what our task has been, is to, can we do that? Can we reduce it to the 1,000? And I think we have the information that we need to really have that discussion at the board meeting. Mm-hmm. And you know, all of the conversation that we're having is great conversation because it does show all the viewpoints of what's going on out there and what the need is of industry when it comes to the professionals that you guys are looking for, and also when it comes to the safety of the public and the license that the state is tasked with making sure that they are provided for the public safety.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. With that, any other final thoughts before we wrap things up today?
I always like to know next steps. So will we hear anything in the future, or what's the timing, or what?
So what my plan to do is, so this PowerPoint kind of has all the results. It's a long, I hate long PowerPoints, so this really, it killed me to do this, but I felt like this was the best way to give you the information. We're going to make this available to the board along with all of the individual survey results. I'll send you copies, everybody, a copy of this PowerPoint slide as well, so you've got it. At the July 11th board meeting we're going to ask the board to take a look at this and sort it out and make a decision. And my expectation is staff will bring a couple recommendations, more than a couple. We'll probably bring at least 3, but maybe 4. And I would expect they'll all involve hours reductions to varying amounts. And some might be exactly at the average. You might see one that says 892. You might see one that involves a way to preserve the aesthetics program. The aesthetics program that has some uniqueness to it in Virginia. And so you might see a recommendation that would allow the aesthetics program to be unmodified, but still incorporate all the other recommendations from this. And Tamika and I were bouncing around the numbers, and it looked like that recommendation would come out a little bit under 1150 hours. And then we might have some recommendations about, lower the hours to this, but we'd also need to do a corresponding, or request a change to the law to fix whatever issue. So expect a couple different recommendations along those lines. Please, if you want to, come to the board meeting. We're going to have public comment. It's going to be a long board meeting. Brace yourself. We're going to have public comment. When the board hopefully will make a decision, it might take more than one board meeting, but once the board makes the decision, so that's going to be a decision to change the regulations, and there's a process for changing the regulations. It's not an immediate snap your fingers and it's done. It'll take months to incorporate the changes, which obviously you would want anyway, because people need to be prepared to adapt to the change. So I hope, does that answer your questions about next steps? July 11th board meeting is when the board will start looking at these, making the decision.
So if they're gonna look at it starting on July 11th, they're not making any final determinations on the 11th, is that correct? Or they are making final determinations?
They may make decision on the 11th. It'll be up to the board and whether there's consensus. Yep. So it'll take a majority vote of the board to do that change, or at least a majority of the folks that are there. So yeah, if there's consensus, the board might vote on it then. All right, well, so if we can, since we have our panel here, would you all be in favor of referring your survey results and recommendations to the board for its consideration?
Yes.
We'll do by consensus. And Mr. Malul, what would be your vote on that? Mr. Malul, yeah, would you agree to refer the panel's survey results and recommendations to the board for consideration?
Yeah, I would like to do some of that follow-up work to your budget meeting to kind of break things down, and then you have some questions on the actual theory instruction on some of these that I personally couldn't answer at the moment. So I'd like to get additional support information for some of the pending items, but yes, I do recommend moving it forward to the board.
Okay, yep, and we'll, if anyone wants to supplement and add anything, please do it. We're not cutting off the record, so yeah, if you have additional things you want to consider, send it to me, and we'll incorporate it to the board. Thank you so much for your time, both here today and on these surveys. This is tremendous. I am so grateful for everything you all have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, for those participating online, we are going to adjourn, and we appreciate your sticking it out as well. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wouldn't that